What up, peoples? Oh, what up, peoples? Give me a second, y'all. Just setting everything up. Let me shield the stream. Share the stream for me. I'm out here sharing the stream. Oh. Stream your favorite show. Chat with mom. But for a child born with a cleft condition, that's the time it would take to Operation Smile reached thousands waiting for a cleft surgery. One that gives a new smile in as little as 45 minutes and transforms a life. Been a while. Setting everything up. Test, test. What's going on, people? Been a while. Setting everything up. Test, test. What's going on, people? Been a while. Setting everything up. Test, test. What's going on? Do me a favor, share the stream, y'all. What's going on, people? Been a while. Setting everything up. Test, test. What's going on? Do me a favor, share the stream, y'all. What's going on, people? Setting everything up. What's going on? Do me a favor, share the stream, y'all. What's going on, people? Shout out. Shout out to the rewatch game. Yeah, let me know if the TV in the background is overpowering. Shout out to the rewatch game. I need to find my chat. Put my chat. All right. Yeah, let me know if the TV in the background is overpowering. Test. All right, we are back. Thank you, everyone. Today I wanted to start a little early. I'm gonna let y'all know this now. We're gonna be eating dinner together because I'm hungry. I just got back from the gym, so I'm trying to share the stream. So give me a second. Let me share everything.
Yeah, why Minnesota coach didn't call a timeout?
You say he didn't?
So it got desperate.
Oh. I was trying to see why he got a tech. Minnesota coach just got a tech. I missed that.
I'm like, bro, you didn't call that timeout. You should have called that shit at 6 minutes in the quarter.
The problem is people be trying to do the Phil Jackson mode. Phil Jackson is known for letting them play, but you ain't got the Phil Jackson team. Yeah, you don't have the Phil Jackson team. Where is the?
Okay, we got it. All right. Where is
So the first 24 minutes, I think he could be criticized for the two shots.
all right? What's going on? All right. But yeah, like I said, I'm starting a little early. We're gonna be eating dinner together tonight because I'm hungry. Pull up my chat. All right. Um, way overdue for a recap. Give me a second, y'all. Why do I not be here? Did you hear the timer go off? Did you hear the timer go off? Three 20. Oh, y'all thought I was joking. Yeah, we eating dinner tonight. We eating dinner together. I wasn't joking. I'm hungry. Hey, it look like Leonard called it. He and they ass whooped. Minnesota is. Joker scored 9 points in the first quarter. This thing. I need to order a new desk because this mic, it don't be standing up on the desk properly. It be falling. But we good. But um let me start the show by saying shout out to Southern Asylum. I think I did get their score sheet. I didn't get a lot of score sheets because for those of you who wasn't at the tour stop, I was doing commentary. Hold on, let me. I was doing commentary, and I want to say thank you guys because you showed a lot of love for the commentary. Me and Garland got a lot of praise for it. We appreciate y'all because when you do stuff like that, you just hope you're entertaining. You just hope people following. You try not to have a lot of dead air, so you really, really pushing and hoping. And sometimes it's to the betterment, but we got a lot of positive reviews. I want to say shout out to Anthony. Um, Shout out to Tanel. Shout out to Miss Christy Lee. Yeah, we eating salmon tonight. I just got back from the gym, so I'm trying to lose this weight. But we also watching the OKC Minnesota game. So we got Gordon Pepper coming on at 11. We got Tavius coming on from the veterans bowling who's throwing the tournament in Augusta to talk about the tournament. We got him coming on around 10. So I'm going to go ahead and do the tour stop recap. But like I said, man, shout out to Southern Asylum. They had a big 38-2 win. But they ended up shooting 6607, big numbers. Um, they had one, two, three. They had one, two, three, four, five, six, 7 out of 9 people shoot 700. That is great. Shout out to Donnie Hubbard, Tyler, Sprayberry, Alejandro. Shout out to Clifford. Shout out to Kenneth Coley. Shout out to Billy. Vic, I'm sorry, I always mess up your name. Billy Viverette. And shout out to LeVar Minor. We all know Forest Park is not an easy house. So for them to 7 out of 9 people to shoot 700, that's amazing. So I know I'm always critical of y'all, but hey, you got to give credit where credit is due. That is amazing bowling. Um, Shout out to you guys. Um, but also want to say um, I'm sorry that the recap this week is going to be a little different because I don't have all the score sheets. I wasn't able to get them. Like I said, I was doing a stream. It took me a long time to do the recap because I was I was hoarse. I was hoarse after all that talking at the tour stop. So I had to I really could not talk for long periods of time without my voice getting raspy. So, but we want to say shout out to the teams. And those of you who just joined, like I said, y'all know we starting earlier than normal, and that's why we eating dinner together. You know, I got broccoli and salmon, so we eating dinner because y'all my peoples. Y'all my peoples. So I love y'all. That's why we're able to eat salmon and broccoli together. Salmon and broccoli. And watch OKC get their ass whooped. I mean, I'm sorry, OKC whooping ass right now. Hold on 1 second. But yeah, so let me go through the I want to go through the recap. Um, let's see. So um we had Bad Intentions versus Full Throttle. Full Throttle with a good win, 26-14. We had Southern Asylum over Southern Listings, 38-2. Once again, big shout out to Southern Asylum. We had Top Shelf Stunners versus DSL. DSL took that 28-12. Um, that match was a little bit closer than what it was. I was commentating that match. That was a fun one to watch. Um, then we had Critical Role with a big win over the Ones, 34-6. And then we had Striking Results shut down the Outsiders, 38-2. It's a couple of us that looks like the season is a wrap. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say a wrap. There's there's mathematically a chance. So it's hard to say that it's a wrap. But big shout out to Critical Role. They had a slow start. Um, Shout out to Southern Asylum. They're right there. It's a 2-point game headed into the position round because we got striking results going against DSL. DSL is trying to get their title, trying to retain their division title. Striking results is I think striking results have their eyes on Battle Bowl. I don't think I think they have tunnel vision right now. and they have the team that can go to battle bowl. So does DSL. So these position rounds, and then we got Critical Role and Southern Asylum. They're only separated by 2 points. But don't get it twisted. Critical Role and DSL is only separated by 30 points. So Critical Role could come back and take that second spot, that second seed. So DSL can't sleep on these next two stops because they can very well be out of the playoffs. Wouldn't that be something? But I don't see that happening. But it's going to be set up for a decent position round because looking at the standings, even Full Throttle could. They got top shelf. Top shelf could make a push for that third spot. And even like I said, the outsiders, mathematically, um, we're still in it. Never give up hope. As we face the ones, if we can find a way to 40-0 them, things get real interesting. You know, yeah, we eating salmon tonight for those who just joined. Y'all know we eating dinner together, watching the game. But um, but yeah, that's as far as the recap um, goes. But I do want to go ahead and address the elephant in the room. Um, and like I said, we're watching the game, so if you see me looking over, um, I'm just watching this game, and it is crazy. These jokers done played 16 minutes, and Minnesota only has 14 points. I got to give a shout out to Leonard. Leonard was right. Well, so far, he called it. Let me text him, let him know, give him his props, because we was going back and forth. I didn't think Minnesota was going to lay down like this. Yeah, I didn't think Minnesota was going to lay down like this. But let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room. Um, there was a team out of McDonough, Funtime McDonough, and they had a team that was called 2 to 3 men and a noose. Help me understand why in the hell would you name your team that? Um, it's hard for me to believe that you're that clueless of what's going on. Um, it's hard for me to believe that, and I don't care, and I don't care what your race is. I don't care if your race is blue, black, green. We all know the history of America. Do I feel like they purposely tried to offend someone? I don't know these guys that well. I don't know them at all, to be honest with you. So I can't talk to about their character. But I did get a lot of phone calls of people vouching for them. Saying they're not like this, they're not like that. And let me say this: I don't care how well you know somebody. You don't know what's in here. Um, I had people I went to school with that did some crazy crimes that are locked up for life that I went to school with that I would have never thought they would have done something like that. So, for the people that's calling saying this and that about the person's character, I don't care because it never should have happened. Same thing far as the league secretary. You should have seen this and put a stop to this. This should have never made it to paper. And it's ignorant because you have African Americans that have that are passionate about their history, that have grandparents and elders that still tell the stories of everything that happened during these times early in America during slavery. So it's not a, oh, just forget about it, like a lot of people like to say when dealing with African Americans and slavery. It's not a, you can't forget your history. This is our history. This is what makes us resilient. This is what makes us who we are. This is what makes us tough. This is what makes us us, is what we went through. So when you mock it, it's highly offensive. And I don't know why, as a community, we're still using this term of "you got hung." It makes no sense. And there is nothing in the sport of bowling that indicates a hanging or anything like that. To say you got hung, to say you got trapped, to say you suck because you didn't strike with the whole team. I don't understand the correlation with you got hung when you have people in this country. You had Jenna Six just a few years ago. You had, I believe it was 2 years ago. I can't remember the person's name, but a mother found her son hung up by a noose in a tree. Like you have stuff like this that still, we still have sundown towns in America. We still have these issues. So to just blatantly disregard a whole race is irresponsible. From everybody, from the person who came up with the team name, to the 4 to 5 people on the team, to the league secretary, to the bowling center. All of you guys are responsible. I will love to go and talk to the manager of that bowling center, because this is highly offensive. Because I'm gonna tell you what, if it wasn't offensive, it would have never reached me. And for you to be defending it is irresponsible, because you offended a whole race of people. And that's not right. We eating salmon tonight, just in case y'all didn't know. I'm trying on my healthy stuff. Like I said, we started early, so we eating dinner together. We a family. We talking. We talking. We a family. This is a subject right now. We talking. We the family. We eating. You know. But I'm not gonna lie. Like this stuff like this, and I see stuff like this in the bowling center, and it's hurtful. It's hurtful that we still have to sit here and talk about this and explain this. It's hurtful. Because I have kids. People have kids, people have adults. I keep saying I don't want to be in the bowling alley getting offended by things. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Out of everything we could have possibly named our bowling team. Oh, he said my Vince said my food ain't ready yet. We here all night. Like I said, we watching the game together. We a family tonight. And that's why, and you know what? I think God made me hoarse through the stream, because I'm glad I'm able to talk about this subject now that everything has died down. Um, I just don't. I'm glad that like now that the tempers are down, because it was a very hot topic. Like when I posted it, and the reason why I posted it was because we need to be aware of the ignorance so we don't make these mistakes again. Like that's honestly how I feel about it. Like these are the type of things and mistakes and stuff we should never see. This should never come up in a bowling alley. And I don't care. Sorry about that. We have too many great people. We have too many great minds where we could come up with more clever names than 2 to 3 men in a noose. I don't get it. OKC is putting belt to ass right now. But it's still early. But and here's another issue that I have with this. We don't never I'm trying to see how I want to word this. Because I don't want to offend anyone, but we need to be aware of the stuff. And I was told that they did. So I'm not 100% sure. I didn't really follow up. I've been kind of busy. Um, I've been like under the weather. So I've been trying to stay out of this. And then been dealing with other stuff. So I haven't really went and asked yet. Because I'm interested to see what they renamed their team to. But here's my problem with this. My problem with this is why isn't there ever any jokes on any other race that suffered through mass killing through Caucasians and the white people and the Europeans? Why is there never a joke or a team name about the Holocaust? Why isn't there never a joke about Pearl Harbor and Vietnam? I don't never hear no jokes about what they went through. I don't see 2, 3 guys in a fire. I don't see that team name. I don't see don't know a lick of English but love our country. I don't see that team name. I don't see we came for the duck sauce. I don't see that team name. Like, why is it always a play on a joke on African Americans that were brought to this country on slave boats, killed on the way here? And then once we got here, when we tried to run, you hung us with nooses. Why is it your team called 2 to 3 men and a lasso? A lasso makes more sense. Why don't we say, well, no, that I don't even like that. Like, I just don't get the we got hung. I will never understand what the fascination is in disrespecting black folks and then acting like we have no right to be offended by what you do. Your jokes aren't funny. And don't get me wrong, we all have heard racist jokes that were funny in a light mood. But the joke is not intended to offend everybody like this team name did. There's no way the league secretary nor this somebody actually typed this and saw nothing wrong with this. That is the problem. I can't even say retard. I can't say faggot. I can't say it's so many shit now that you can't say, but there's never a point where we stop offending gay people, we stop offending transgender people, but the buck doesn't stop with African American races. Why? Why are we so easily disrespected? Part of the reason why is because of this nowadays. Everybody wants to do this. And don't nobody want to slap the shit out of it. Because I'm not going to lie to you, yo. If I'm in that league, yo, tables is getting turned. Like, you're going to... You're going to feel it where you never make this mistake again. There, there's no way that this should have went through hand, through hand, through hand, then to Martrell, and now we're here. It should have been. It should have been shut down. Man, let me tell you something. If I ever pick up a league sheet, and see anything halfway racist around me, if I hear you talking halfway racist around me, just hope I had a good day that day. Because I'm coming from the hip. Yo, we've been here too long to be still making this mistake of offending people. And I'm gonna be real with you. I got a phone call. Because, now don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of scheduled violence. Like, if you know me, like people from back home, and I got cousins that's watching the stream now, and they'll tell you, like, I got friends that's watching the stream now, they'll tell you, I'm not a scheduler of violence. If I got an issue with you, yo, we're handling it right there where we stay. There's no, oh, meet me at the school. No, there's no, oh, we wait till we get to the park. There's none of that. So I'm not a fan of people talking about, oh, let's go up there and raise hell. No, because the time to raise hell was when it happened. And if you miss that opportunity, now you're premeditated. Well, now we're getting into, we let them off the hook because premeditated means we planned this. So, no, I'm not a fan of going up there. Now I'm a fan of going up there to talk. Now, if the conversation goes sideways from the talking, then that's a different subject. But I'm not a fan, and this is just Martrell. Like I always say on the show, this is just my opinion. My opinion, you can take it and you can throw it out the window. It's just my opinion, how I feel. It's not law. But when shit like this happens, to me, you have to deal with it right then and right there. Because we don't offend any other race. It's just it's just African Americans. There's no team names offending Holocausts. There's no team name about COVID. Because shit like that ain't funny. And neither is nooses and hanging people. Because we're getting hung every day by the systemic racism of this country. Every day we have to fight. Every day we have to code switch to make you motherfuckers comfortable. We do it at work. We do it to get a job, to keep a job. When all half of y'all time, and we complain about nepotism, like I'm all for black nepotism because they do it. LeBron James, Bronny James, I'm all for it. If he got in the league because of his dad, I'm all for it. I am all for it. Because you know how they get in these executive jobs? You know how these basketball, you know how they get NBA referees? It ain't qualifications. They know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. A lot of these corporate jobs, a lot of these CEOs, like I worked for Verizon for a while. And the CEO knew nothing about he came from somewhere else. No sales experience, no customer service. He came from another company and got referred to that job because the other CEO retired. That's how it works. All these secrets that we're now finding out because of TikTok and how to maintain family wealth with trust and all of that. I ain't dropping no food. But all of that we're just now being taught. Y'all didn't take us. Y'all brought us out this country to work for you, but But now that we don't work for you, now that we're able to start businesses, now that we're free of your shackles, you still want to remind us that you own this country and that you could that we could be attacked by 2 to 3 men with a noose. Like that's what you're telling me. And it may not be intentionally, but that's what you do. And it makes no sense to continue to make jokes about this. I saw Donald Trump was trying to close the African American Museum in D.C. I ain't hear nobody say they about to close the Holocaust. Now let me tell you this though: if you ever go to Washington D.C., do yourself a favor and go to the Holocaust Museum. I've been, and what is gut wrenching about the Holocaust Museum is you actually have Holocaust survivors that still works there. Still have the numbers on their arms. They tell the story, and you can see it in the eyes, the pain as they relive this stuff. But they love it because they don't love it, but they love it what they do because they're spreading their history and why they're still there today, how resilient they was. But when it comes to African Americans, we get pushed over and looked at. We get pushed over, we still get laughed at, and we still get the short end of the stick. We're still getting shot in the fucking back. But then all y'all want to stand tough when the father comes and take one of y'all. Oh, now it's time. Now it's time to change. Now we're paying attention. Oh, now we want to do something. Oh, now the laws need to be changed. Oh, now all of y'all want to. How come all of y'all don't go to court when one of you shoot one of us in the back and you got to look that mother in the face and watch the goddamn body cam of him not having a gun or any type of weapon or even brandishing or acting like he had anything in his hands, running away from you, and you decide to shoot him in his back? How come all of y'all don't show up to the funeral like that? Like y'all just showed up to court? Why? See? And that's a good secretary. Kyle Hall said we had a team named six. Now that's just crazy. 6 offenders, and the secretary made them change it. The team you're talking about name is disgusting. Six offenders. Now, that is crazy. Because I'll be watching every kid around y'all. That is crazy. Like, how do y'all not think of this stuff? Like when you like that. That is disgusting. This is disgusting. I got kids. And let me tell you something. When it comes to my kids' safety, I don't think. I react. When it comes to my kids, I react. And I'm going to give somebody a number to call to pick them up if they with me. Because I'm going to react. And I'm going to let my kids watch me beat your ass. Because they're going to know that nobody should talk to you like this. This is crazy. There is no way in the world the lead secretary should have let that slide. We watching the game, eating dinner, just talking. We family. We eating dinner. I hope y'all got y'all dinner out. Y'all know I started a little early today. I did miss y'all. But yeah, we watching the game, talking. 15 minutes, we're bringing in to dang. I be wanting to call him Tavares, but that's not his name. My bad, homie. Joe, you know I'm eating broccoli and salmon. But yeah, it is. It's crazy the stuff we still have to deal with, and some of us as military vets and still don't had to. I I tell this story often. Matter of fact, let me see if cause y'all be thinking I'll be playing. Let me tag. Let me tag. Hold on. Let me text somebody real quick. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna wait till he get in here. I'm gonna tell the story because he could vouch. He could vouch for me with the story. But y'all be thinking I'll be. Some of y'all think I'll be capping, but there's no cap in my rap. Yo, it's the second quarter and they got 14 turnovers. That's crazy. I'm trying to wait for him to hop on to see if he's free. But it's crazy because I'm from Brooklyn. I would I in school up north, Black History was big. Black History was big. So with Black History, I just don't understand how it wasn't taught down here where it all happened. I want to remind us that you own this country and that you can just. I just don't. My bad. Trying to look at the chat. But yeah, I just. Why is this coming up like this? I'm waiting on. Okay, he saw the message. I'm not sure if he's in here yet. But I just don't get it. Like how the history down here. Like I told y'all one of my little secrets. I used to sing in a choir, and I believe I believe is when they first opened it or something like that, and we got picked to sing at the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial, all the way from Brooklyn. Um, and I think Corey's in here. And okay, he in here. Corey could vouch for this story for me, real quick before I go. I'm gonna go back to the Martin Luther. Corey was a chapel guy when I was in the military. I was a red rope chapel guy, which means I was in charge of every airman that came through the chapel from basic training. Like, so I was in tech school, so everybody that came through basic training. And Corey, what are we talking about? Like tens of thousands of soldiers coming through the church, coming to worship, whatever their domination is, whatever they worship. We had every single type of class that somebody was teaching. And Corey was ahead of me. He was an actual chapel guy. And I was the red rope in charge of all the students, making sure everything flowed, making sure everything. Corey Corey was one of my OGs that took me under his wing. I had an incident, and I told this story on here before, and Corey could vouch for this. He used to stay right off base, and I used to sneak off base to his house with him and his wife at the time, and they used to take care of me. So there was an incident one time where I was sick. I was standing in sick hall, and they was people was talking, and we wasn't supposed to be talking where we were at. I started coughing fiercely, and next thing I know, I'm in the air and I'm being slammed. Now, mind you, I'm not as big. Corey can tell you, I'm not as big as I am now. Nowhere near. I was a toothpick. So he was. I'm not gonna lie to you. This police officer was manhandling me. Like he was. I mean, I'm getting drugged. I'm getting kicked. I'm getting punched. Then they finally handcuffed me. Now, mind you, this whole time I'm sick, and in my mind I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on? And in my mind I'm thinking, it's two of them. Don't fight back, or it's going to be worse. They handcuff me. They take me into a room, and they beat me up some more. So, and luckily, I had a bunch of witnesses, and that saved my ass because they were trying to paint me as the one that hit him, and that's why he did what he did. This was totally unprovoked. It was about 12 to 15 of us outside. I don't know why I got chosen to get this ass whooping. During this ass whooping, yes, I am being called every name in the book. From you ugly black nigga, or you think you tough nigga. I'm getting called everything. This fag here, you can't, fight back, fight back, fag. Like, I'm getting called everything, right? So when you see stuff like this happening, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say it's not triggering because I didn't get a chance. I didn't fight back. And I vowed that day, I don't care what I see, who it is. If I see, that was the last day I'm going to not fight back. And I tell this story with Corey in here, and I waited for him to get in here because this man saved my life. When I went into a deep depression after that, and this was old 2003, 2004. So the mental health aspect wasn't really like it is now. So you walking around, you just didn't know you was depressed. So now, and mind you, when I joined the military at 17 years old. I also joined the military turning 18 in basic. I'm a kid. Now, Corey will tell you, and I can't lie, I was a hard head. I was something. I was a hard Corey. No, I got AWOL. I got Article 15s. I was a troublemaker. I was actually dating his cousin and used to bring her in my dorm where we wasn't supposed to have females there. And they caught us one day. Somebody snitched. So I was a piece of work. So I'm not gonna sit here and act like I was just some I was in security forces. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I was just some great kid and then this just happened to. But it was still unprovoked. And it was still a racial attack. I don't know what ended up happening to the gentleman that did this. I had to go to I think it's called ACS, right? Corey is like the base lawyer. We had a whole trial in front of the base commander, where, like I said, the thing that saved me was the fact that I had all those witnesses, and then Corey, I don't know if you remember this. Remember, I ended up right before I got out from him. I got locked up in the military. You remember that, Corey? I got locked up because, like I said, I was dating his cousin, and it was like the umpteenth time they done caught her in my dorm, and I ended up getting locked up for it. Um, and they locked me up all the way up until I got released. And so when this situation happened to me, I kind of shut out the military. Now, don't get it twisted. I love the military. I love the aspect of the military. I just didn't like my job after that happened because I was security forces, which were, at the time was military police. So so I always, and I'm thankful for our friendship now and that we're still in contact because this gentleman right here, he actually saved me from going downward spiral. He allowed him and his family allowed me after I got out the military to stay with them, to figure life out, to figure out my next moves, and it made me who I am today. And that's why when I see stuff like 2 men in the news, 3 men in the news, because if you take that situation back to the 70s, I'm sorry, back to the 50s, 60s, I'm getting hung on a tree because of how defiant I was. And then for a black person to be on this team and not understand what responsibilities you have as a whole to say, hold up, guys. Hey, I fuck with y'all, but we're not naming this team that. A lot of times when you stand up, people understand. Because sometimes it may not click. But the part that frustrates me about this situation, you named your team 2 to 3 men and a noose, which is crazy. And then not only that, it went through the secretary and the center, and nobody said nothing about it. It didn't spark nothing. We eating dinner tonight together. We watching the game, eating dinner, y'all my family. And as y'all see my homie Corey, he's in here. I told you I be having people from back home. They'll tell you, there's no cap in my rap. That's what the young folks say. That's where I got that from. There's no cap in my rap. So I just don't understand how we keep letting them and letting people get away with stuff like this. And as a whole, we need to have a backbone. And I just don't understand how we don't continue to have a backbone. Hey Kyle, I gotta get if you still in here, I gotta get you on the show because I know you're trying to promote something. And I'm sorry, I've been crazy busy. But I didn't forget about you, homie. If you still in here, we gotta get you. We gotta get you on the show. But yeah, it's crazy. So let's do better. Let's continue to call out the bullshit when you see it, and let's continue to do better. Because I'm passing this bowling down to my kids. So I need them to be safe in this environment. And if we're not going to be safe, then it's always going to be an issue when it comes to situations like this. Because I'm telling you, I'm raising my kids not to deal with this stuff. My kids know. I'm willing. Hey, we don't even have to talk about the situation if 2 things happen. Some racial shit happen like this, or somebody spit on you. My kids know. I don't give a damn how big they are. I don't give a damn what the situation is. The only exception is if it's a man and a female. That's the only exception. But anything else, I better not get no phone call telling me that somebody spit on you and you did nothing. And you probably say, "Oh, you shouldn't teach your kids violence." I'm not teaching them violence. I'm teaching them how they act when you get stupid, because y'all always get stupid.
45 minutes is all it takes to
Respect us like we respect you.
stream your favorite show.
I'm about to bring
But for a child
Tavares. I keep wanting to call him man Tavares. That is not his name.
to heal their smile. With your help, Operation Smile can reach thousands waiting for a cleft surgery.
But I just sent him the.
New smile in as little as 45 minutes.
But yeah, it's the veteran 10-pin takeover. We about to bring him on so he can go over his tournament. Matter of fact, let me if you don't know, let me bring his tournament flyer on here. For those that don't know it. Oh, man. Let me put his tournament up here because it's I believe it's two of them. I want to also give a big shout out to Dwanye. Dwanye been hotter than fish grease right now. He won Todd Tillery's tournament Monday, and then he shot 300 yesterday. Okay, where did I put? Let me see if it's in here. Where did I put that flyer? Let me let him know. I just sent him the link. All right. So, but yeah, but like I said, I don't want to keep going on that issue. I'm hoping we learn from it. I did get a phone call of them asking me to take the post down. I said no because I'm not going to take the awareness down. You made the choice. Not don't ask me to take it down after you made the choice. Think about your actions. Think about what you're doing. Think about what you're doing and who you may offend when you come up with stuff like that. Because that makes no sense at all. That was even that it even made it this far. All right, let me get this. Oh man, stream. Oops. Oh, there it is. So I know y'all seen this flyer, and I'm gonna figure this out because I don't know why this thing continues to make this flyer so big. But I know y'all seen this flyer going on July 4th and 5th. I'm sorry, July 5th and 6th. It's another one too. Oops. Ooh, everything but what I'm supposed to be. Prize fund guaranteed of 20,000. He has the men's side and the women's side prize fund here. I know you can't really read that, but it is posted up, and I think it's posted everywhere. I think I even posted it. I've been talking a lot. My salmon got a little cold. But like I said, we eating dinner tonight together. Y'all my family. Y'all my family. We eating dinner tonight. All right.
Can you hear me?
All right, how you doing, my man?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, we don't have no audio for you. Hold on. Can you say something? Let me.
Can you hear me? Hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, no, no.
All right, nope, I don't hear no audio. Let me ask the link. Did you send the link
Can you
to
hear
an
me?
email or something?
Huh?
Hold on, let me. I'm about to. Did you click from your computer? Did you grab the link from the messenger?
Nah, nah.
Yeah, yeah. So on your computer, log into the Facebook, and then go from there. Because for some reason, when you open that link anywhere else, for some reason it doesn't go. So I'm gonna hang up, and then you can try to bring the link up from the messenger. Yeah, I don't know why this thing does that, but it's weird. But like I told y'all, we came a long way. Oh, y'all can hear him? Oh wow, okay. So that was weird. Oh, you know what? That was my fault. That was I know why. Okay. Okay. When he comes back, I know. Okay. That was my fault, guys. I know why I couldn't hear him. But I gotta figure out how to get him to my my headset. Now I had to get rid of OBS. I'm using Ecamm Live because OBS didn't work well for my Mac, but this Ecamm works pretty well for my Mac. But yeah, OBS was, oh my gosh, it was tearing my Mac up. But yeah, so if you're watching this, Tavius, just go back in the link. I know why I couldn't hear you. My bad, homie. User error, but y'all my family. Y'all know I'm learning this thing as we came a long way because we already know what the old camera looked like and everything. So, and then also he has a sweeper. We gonna figure this out because I did like OBS though because for number one it was free and you could do a lot with OBS. So I definitely like OBS. So if I ever get a actual desktop PC. So yeah, so he got two tournaments. This is July 4th, the 4 game sweeper. Then he got the $20,000 guarantee. Hold up, let me let him know. Let him know. But yeah, so like, I'm gonna be in the building. I'm gonna be bowling this. It's at Bolero Augusta. Um, it's a UBA house, so we're very familiar with Augusta. Did we have a stop? No, we didn't have a stop in Augusta this year. We had one there last year. Okay, here. All right, he is back. How you doing today?
I'm all right, man. How you?
Whoa, yeah. Okay, hold on. I
We good now?
thought it's my audio. All right, hold on. All right, say something.
Testing, testing.
There we go. There we go. Okay, now I
We
can hear you.
good?
Yep, it was my fault. User error. My bad, homie.
Nah, that's cool, man.
I'm still getting used to this audio system. But that's why they
Hey.
my family, because they know I be going through trial and error. I ain't caught not yet. I'm trying
That's
to
all
get up
good,
there.
man.
Be the castanet of the bowling world. I ain't gonna lie to y'all though. I admire that kid. He that that is an amazing. That he is like I don't think people realize how much he has changed marketing and music,
Yeah, man.
movies, and TVs. Like he and have them coming to him. He's not even
Right.
like if y'all like he. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If he he could be in the Black History books with what he's done. Because like if you really think about it, and the people who came along with him, like he is changing the game. Like
Yeah,
everybody is chasing him. So I ain't even gonna lie to you. I know I was joking, but I strive to be Castanet one day.
yeah.
But
Hey man, we got to ride the wave, man. We got to ride the
right,
wave.
right, and it's working. But how you doing tonight, man? How's everything going?
Man, I was trying to bet on the game, man, but that's
Yeah, this
that
is
was the highlight of my night. Besides
yeah,
this interview,
yeah, this is getting ugly.
yeah, that thing's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's well, I ain't gonna lie, I can't talk. I'm a Knicks fan, so the refs is just letting them beat us up.
Man, that's
Like so,
but
but
yeah. I think coaching is which
yeah, yes,
was missing, man. Y'all got the talent.
yes, I agree. I last year, if people who actually watch basketball, last year Rick Carlisle was in the same position that he lost his best player in Halliburton.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch that Boston series, the adjustments he made from every halftime, game to game, Boston should
Yeah,
have blew them
yeah,
out the water. It was close, and that's
yeah,
that. And like you said, that's due to coaching. And I think in
yeah,
today's NBA, coaching gets overlooked so much,
yeah.
and it is weird.
Right.
It is weird. But hey, Garland, Battle of the Sexes is in the morning. As we're going to talk about, he has multiple squads, so you can make it after Battle of the Sexes. Come on up 20. You already be on 20. You already be on 20. Straight route. So tell us a little bit about yourself. How long you been bowling? Well, introduce
hey,
yourself. Let the
hey,
people know your name.
yeah. So a lot of people, man. All right. Well, I'm Tavon. A lot of people call me P. I've been bowling for a long time, man. For like 30 some years, man.
Mm.
So I don't want. I should have cut off my beard and mustache, so everybody wouldn't be like, they start counting on their fingers. But
Right,
I've been bowling
right.
for a long time. From Washington D.C.
Oh, okay. I used to love DC.
Yeah, man. D.C.
Chocolate
is
City.
home, man.
Used to go there to
Oh
get
yeah.
re-dipped.
Right.
Love Chocolate City. I used to stay in Virginia
Right.
for a little while. We used to drive down there to DC, go to Love,
Yeah. Go to.
H2O,
Oh man. Oh
Layla
yeah.
Lounge. Oh man.
Yeah.
DC was just
Yeah.
expensive as I don't know what. I just couldn't
You ain't lying.
I
You ain't
couldn't
lying.
do it.
It's a good time, man. It's
Yeah,
definitely a good time.
used to love DC. Boy, they used to have that dirty wing truck outside of Love,
Oh
boy, after you got
yeah.
out the club.
Right.
You don't know who you used to run to at Love. Crazy story. My birthday falls on Howard Homecoming.
Oh dang.
So, in
Okay.
October. So we
Okay.
call it Rocktober. So we used to go to DC, and you know who went to Howard? P. Diddy.
Everybody.
And he was up. He used to
Everybody.
always be in love. And yeah, he used to. And it was funny because this is true story. So it was my birthday. Somehow the girls we were with got into his VIP section. He was allowing girls to come in there.
Uh-huh.
So I went to the bathroom and I asked one of the girls to hold my drink.
Uh-huh.
When I came back, she was in VIP, and I was just like, "Yo, I just want." He was like, "No, we only allowing girls in here." I was like, "All right, cool. I just want my drink for my friend." Man, she gave me a drink that wasn't mine, and I ain't gonna lie to you, that's the last thing I remember. That's the last thing I remember, dog. Like it was, yeah. All I heard, all I seen was stories and pictures,
Hey,
and
look. Hey, if I turn my head and my drink, I look down and I ain't had my eyes on my drink too long.
yeah,
Hey man, hey, that drink is donated.
yeah. I learned the hard way. I ain't gonna. Luckily, I was
Hey.
fully dressed, belt buckle still on when I woke up, so I was all right. I was just
Yeah, man.
extremely hungry. But
Yeah. Hey,
but
that's a mean one, bro.
so you say from the DC area. What brought you down here to Georgia?
Oh, hey, just like you, I'm a veteran, man. And
Mm,
I mean, fortunately, I'm a signal live, so I retired. I retired out of Georgia, and
okay.
that's why I stayed, man. I can't. I don't think I'm equipped to be in DC right now. So My mind, I needed to I needed
Right.
to decompress, man.
Yeah.
So like majority of my career, I was overseas from
Okay.
like 2002 to like 2016. Man, my whole career, I was in the desert.
Were you?
So
Are you Army?
yeah, I'm in the army.
What was your MOS?
I initially I was a radio jumper,
Okay. Okay.
and then I switched to signal, like IT type work, and then now I do cyber stuff, and that's how I finished out my career
Fort
as
Bend in
cyber.
Georgia jumping.
Oh yeah, you know it, man.
Woo!
You know
I used to
it.
have a friend. He was from forgot where he was from, but he used to that was his dream. He's like, I can't wait to go down to Fort Bend in Georgia. He was country as I don't know. And
Man,
he used to call me at almost every day at school. So
uh,
excited! I did my first jump. I was oh man, I loved it. Like people who airborne, they love it. Like they
bro, I tell you this, right? A lot of people that ask me, right? Because I consider myself a humble person, right?
mm,
And as I reflect on my career, if I had to do it all over again, brother, I would not.
them knees hurt,
Oh my God! I get out of the bed,
huh?
go to the bathroom. I'm like, oh my God, what did I
Everybody, like
do?
my uncle was he just had two knee replacements
Yeah, bro.
because he was an
Yeah,
airborne ranger. Man, them knees.
yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's a rough life, man, and it's rewarding at the time.
Mhm.
It's I definitely like when I tell people, um, I don't tell nobody to change their past, right? Because your path was your path. It kept you alive. Everything you did up to this point kept you alive, right?
Right.
But bro, when I say I jump out of the airplane and hit that ground, whew,
Uh,
I'm like, man, if I had that time back, you
yeah,
know.
say them.
But
Yeah, because
I don't regret it,
woo.
man. Great experiences, great friends. I can't trade it, man. Like it was one of the most pivotal times of my life, you know. And it gave me an opportunity to provide for my family. You know, like a lot of people, I know they've been on my page and seen Lethal Shooter and you know my cousin and stuff
Uh,
like that, but um, it gave me the opportunity to provide for him to take him to where he is right now, right? And you know, a lot of people don't know the work behind it, but I've been there for you know day one. You know what I'm saying?
yes,
So
because actually the funny thing is when I first saw the flyer for this tournament, it was Lethal Shooter because I follow him on Instagram. It
right,
was Lethal Shooter, and I actually went into his inbox and I said, "Hey, I would love for you to come on the show and promote it because I didn't know at the time who it was
hmm
that was that was running this,
yeah,
and um, and like I tell the shows, they be thinking I be capping. My homeboy Vicente, he hit me up and he was like he was you know I had several conversations and he was
hmm
excited and I was like well I'm definitely go when I get the time I'm definitely gonna have him on and I want to say thank you. I know we both been talking back and forth. You reached out.
right,
I was to thank you
right.
for your patience because you know with these kids and then nowadays you know like you
Oh
said
yeah,
I'm also you know disabled vet retired and it's now we're putting the energy into the kids, and
oh
then
yeah, definitely.
you know, so it's you know, it's like you said, it's a wonderful thing to be able to give back
Yeah,
to, especially through your military experience, because we seen like I went to Kuwait and I seen I think you said you did some time overseas,
oh
and
yeah,
we know everybody don't make it back.
oh yeah, absolutely, man.
And you know like I don't know if you how long you was on, but I just had one of my military buddies hop in the chat so you could hear one of the stories I was telling, so
Right.
people know. And it was excuse me, it's it's they don't I don't think people realize how you come together as veterans and
Oh yeah,
military personnel because everybody don't understand what we went through.
yeah, absolutely,
Everybody don't understand what we seen. Everybody don't understand the mental breakdown you have to have in order to be the soldier that we was.
absolutely.
And it's a shame what this country do to our veterans. But like you said, when you have people like yourself who's able to give back to the people like a lethal shooter, who we see now is doing great things. And
Hmm.
I can relate to your story. In a way, I didn't financially provide for anybody, but I have a friend that is very talented at coming up with skits and things and just little stuff. And I remember getting on him, like, dog, you gotta get on TikTok. You gotta get on. Now he is blowing up. It'd be funny because people that don't know him, that's in part in my life, they'll send me videos of him like, man, this is funny. I'm like, yo, I know him. Like
Yeah.
they be like,
Right.
I'll be like, no, I really know him. So I
Yeah.
definitely know what you mean with the lethal shooter. But I do gotta ask, how did you get him interested in the bowling?
So man, like great question, man. Like my whole family, our whole family is like we come from a bowling family,
Okay,
and like my pops, man, he made the ultimate like investment into us, right? So my dad and his dad was best friends. So I mean they grew up together.
right.
So they just kept us together. So my parents they had split, and I decided I want to stay with my pops, and that was his nephew. So being as though his they it was just
Right.
it was just a good chemistry with us being together. So we started. They bowled. My grandparents bowled. My mom
Mhm.
bowled. Everybody bowled. So that was another. I mean, we played multiple sports. So it
Clearly.
was just yeah. But I mean, we play a multitude of sports, man.
Yeah,
Like
because he is
I
he is
play.
very talented.
Yeah, and believe it or not, he wasn't even a good basketball player. You know what I'm saying?
I've
So
always wondered that. I always wondered.
um, he was a short, clumsy kid, man, but he had a drive like no other, man. Like
Mm.
if you seen him, man, he was like tucked up under me because I got 8 brothers, right, and I'm the shortest one. I'm 5'10". I'm the shortest one. My brothers range from 6'2" to 6'9", right.
Sheesh.
There's some big jokers, right. So Chris is 6'4", but he's the closest one to me,
Mm.
to all my brothers, and so as he started to get close to me, he started pushing them out, and everything I did, man, he was just doing, and he just perfected it, bro. Like I ain't never seen nobody like his attention to detail is crazy, and it just it put itself in a position where he could monetize his talents. So you know, it's
Now
it's
he
like
coaching.
it's like how kids invest. You know how you invest in your kids and they pay you
Right.
back down the road. That's exactly what he is right now.
That is great because, like I said, I've been following, and I know a lot of people in the bowling alley follow Lethal Shooter because we even I was just giving Dwayne a shout out, and I saw somebody under his post say, "Oh, you understand it now." I think I get.
Right,
I understand it now. So like we be
right.
saying that in the bowling alley. So Lethal Shooter is definitely a cultural impact, you know,
Hell yeah, man.
of
Yeah.
this generation. And it
Hmm.
is great to see him embrace the bowling community because I think a lot of times the bowling community look kind of for that celebrity, like with Mookie Betts
Exactly.
and with
Exactly.
oh my God, I'm sorry if I can't remember your name, the country singer that bowls.
Savon.
What's the name? No,
Savon.
the country singer that
Oh,
bowls.
oh, my bad. I know
Um,
you're talking about,
I can't
man.
think of his name. Help me
But
out,
it's a
chat.
lot though. Like
Yeah,
what's the baseball player name?
Mookie
The left
Betts.
hand guy. Oh
Oh,
yeah, Mookie.
and then
Yeah,
there's
Mookie.
there's the guy from the Braves. I think he sponsors the Forest Park League out here.
Oh my God, man.
So like the sports world and bowling, like I think we gravitate to them because we know bowling should be in a bigger light than what it is. You
Yeah.
know, I think we all can. So when we see people like Lethal Shooter, people who we know, and those embrace bowling,
Hmm.
of course, it makes everybody in bowling excited. So tell me, how did we get from we've been bowling 37 years. Hold on, somebody just told me his name. What's his name? Michael Harrison
Oh,
from the
Michael
Braves.
Harris. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So tell us more about the tournament. So how did you come up with the idea for? And then I love it for. Well, hold on. I'm sorry. Before we get there, your um, the company that is under. is the Veteran 10 Pin Takeover. Tell me
Yeah.
a little bit of how that started and what
So
is that about?
so I was at a point in my life where I didn't know if I was going to bowl or not, right? And then I had hurt my knee. So like how you said, I was having like knee problems. I was like, dang, why my plant leg I can't get it right? Just sharp pain. So I was like, well, I still want to be in the bowling community. I just didn't inject myself because I didn't know what route I wanted to take. I got other businesses, so those businesses became labor intensive. I couldn't put the strain on my body. So I was like, well, fine. I'll go back to bowling.
Right.
So I get back to bowling and I'm like, man, I want to know what it is to throw a tournament. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are people doing to throw a tournament? So I started inquiring about it, and initially I had a few friends that I was doing it with. So the name came about. This was with like AI had like took off. I was like, man, I need a name that I can use. And one of my partners was like, hey man, you should get a name that has veteran in it because you could play off the patriotism and you could give back. So
Right.
I was like, okay. So I'm flying through AI. I'm like, man, how can I put these names together? And lo and behold, man, it created this name, and I sent it. I sent it to my homie, and he was like, yeah, that's it, bro. And then I kept on seeing takeover. I was like, takeover, takeover, takeover. I said, oh, they doing these takeovers in the street,
Right.
walking
Right.
down the
Right.
block, and so I just played off the name,
The Veteran
and that's
Ten
how it
Pin
came
Takeover.
about.
I like it. So so tell us more about the tournament because we have a $20,000 guaranteed prize fund, and if you, for those of you who have not seen it, I am going to right now post the flyer on my page so you can see it, and because I know it's a little bit small on the screen, but tell us more about the tournament and how the tournament came about. And then because we also love every bowler loves money, so we see the 2,000, the $20,000 guaranteed. And I'll take it. Half of it is going to the men's side, and
Yeah,
half is going to the women's side. So tell us more
absolutely.
about the tournament and how it came about.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make it short and sweet and to the point. But it comes with details. So initially, I wanted to throw a big dollar tournament because I was looking around doing my research and I didn't see big dollar tournaments, right? So I was like, well, what will be attractive? Big dollar tournament, right? And I'm not inserted to the bowling community like everybody is, right? I'm not inserted like that. So I don't know the ratios and stuff like that. But I do know if I say $20,000 or $10,000 when I'm always
Hmm?
seeing like two
That's
thousand
what they're gonna be
dollars.
like, huh?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
Huh?
Now, like I said, it's guaranteed. Everybody is guaranteed. So if you come in first place and there's only 4 people participate, we're gonna have 4 winners. If 20 people participate, we're gonna have 20 winners. 10 on one side, 10 on the other side. So the money is guaranteed. All right, so let's get back to the story. So I didn't see big dollar tournaments. So I was like, well, let me make this attractive. If I'm gonna be into a community and I want to gravitate people to whatever house I want to bowl in, or I mean, excuse me, they want to bowl in,
Right.
and considering that Augusta really didn't have any big dollar tournaments in a while, I was like, well, let me create it, right? And make it so that since everybody likes to travel and everybody travel to Atlanta, South Carolina,
Oh, they
Florida,
got an adjusted too for turtles,
yeah, but
not for the big.
I
Yeah.
never seen it before. So, but like I said, I didn't know. I was
Right. Right.
uneducated on it. So that's why we having these kind of conversations because I would love to know your contacts, your
Yes.
resources and so forth, right? So I wanted to throw a big one. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put it out there. I'm gonna make it real clean and simple, and I'm gonna do something different. Like, not only am I giving away $20,000 to the winners, I'm gonna do ball giveaways, which is probably like between um I'll probably give away probably like 15 to 20 balls, something like that. 10 to 15, 20 balls. I haven't decided yet, but it's gonna be a large number of balls I'm gonna give away. Apparel, we're gonna have brackets, the whole nine, man. We're gonna have DJ there, the whole nine.
Oh, now we
Um,
talking.
yeah, so
It's
I mean I
gonna be a
I
good
used
time. Sound like yeah, I'm there.
I used Mr. Meyer, man, because I mean, how I looked at it, right? I looked at it like a lot of people were were trying to get the information, but I didn't know exactly what I needed to put out to
Right.
to capture people's attention. And Mr. Vicente, man, I was like, man, he reached out to me. He was like, hey, man, I want to be your photographer. And I was like, hey, so
That
he'll
is a
tell
go
you, like,
getter.
this is
That guy's a
verbatim,
go
bro.
getter.
Yeah, this is verbatim what I said to him. I was like, hey, what can you do for me that other people cannot?
Mm.
And he broke it down. He was like, look, I could do this. I got connections. I go to all these, locations. I said, okay, fine. I said, you're my guy.
He's a great marketer.
Yeah.
Vicente
So
is.
when you got people that's inserted into the community like that, those are the type of people that you want to do business with. So that's why I was like excited when he connected me with you. I was like, hey man, we can make this work, you know. And like I told him and everybody else that I spoke to, I'm not looking at this tournament. I'm looking at the future, right? Or what it could possibly be. So when we doing business and we getting things together, everything is structured. And just like you and me, we come from a military background where
Hmm.
planning is everything, right?
Yes.
You give us time, planning, and resources, we can make it happen. So when you got that mindset, you got to put some of these things to work, man. They done trained us up. Now let's monetize what our talents are. So that's where all this is coming from.
Look on my
Um,
page, James. I posted the flyer on my page. I know it's a little
so
bit
so
small.
yeah, so my bad, man.
Oh no, you good. You
I
good.
be getting excited when I
No, no,
start
no,
to
no. You
explain
good. I
something.
just because he just came in the comments. I know this flyer looks a little little on here. Blow it up a little bit so they can see. But so, what is the entry?
So I wanted it. Oh man, I'm glad you asked me that question. Right. So I looked around and I seen low dollar amounts for winners, but I seen high entry fees. So what I wanted to do, because the whole the whole vision to this tournament was for marketing purposes, not so much the money, right?
Right.
Um, I was like, well, if I don't get a lot of money in return, I'm not worried about that because at least this one and the next one is funded, right? Um,
Y'all hear
so
that,
what I
y'all? He
did
said
was I
this one
said,
and the next one.
yeah, the next one we got one coming up in November. I try to get to that, in a lot of time that we have. So I was like, hey, how about this? I make a low entry fee so I could get my name out there,
Excuse me.
get the brand rolling, and when whoever is going to attend the bowling, the tournaments or whatever, they come, they see how everything is structured. It's going to be smooth, the whole nine. Then they see what I have to offer, and now we could do more. We could do more business. We could do higher dollar amounts,
Yep.
better payouts. We could go. We could probably go to 1 to 20, whatever the case is for the next schedule of bowling events. So that's what I wanted to get at. I wanted low entry fees and high payouts. So if I was like, well, if I capture that crowd, and also, man, a lot of people out there mad at me about ball ball staff and PBA WPBA bowlers being restricted from this tournament. The
Let them know
tournament
that.
is for branding purposes. So don't beat me up. Please don't beat me up out there. Just hear me out. It's for branding purposes. We will capture the rest of the competitors in a later tournament in the near future. So um, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I know people are excited about coming and want to attend. I apologize, but the whole purpose of this tournament was for branding purposes, so we could capture that crowd, so we could circulate more money and stimulate the bowling community around Augusta.
So the entry fee is 100,
Yep.
and you have is it one squad or is it multiple squads?
So, another great question, right? So, what I wanted to do was maximize the opportunity to actually come in and compete. So, I talked with management. Management said, "Hey, what do you want to do?" I said, "I want to run 3 squads, 2 days, and then I want to run a sweeper the day before the tournament, so you get a feel for Augusta lanes, right?"
Right.
I'll be dropping the pattern on the day of the July 4th at the sweeper. I don't want to put it out right now because I don't want to give people
Right.
leverage,
Right.
right?
Right. Smart.
Um,
Smart.
so um, I got the first squad will be at 8. The second squad would be at 12, and the last squad would be at 4. It's something like how we ran it last time. It was real cool. Um, I got a lot of people that signed up for it, but it spread it all over the 2 session. I mean the 2 days and the 3 sessions. So I encourage everybody. Hey, if you wanna, you're feeling confident, and you're an early bowler, you can come in and crush it. Get in there early, and if it don't pan out, you still got 2 more opportunities throughout that day to come and try to score and cash in.
So, what is the handicap that we're using in this tournament?
So the cap is, I believe, is 90% of 220. Um, I, I'm on the board of Augusta Bowling Association. I talked to multiple, like some of the seniors. They said that they believe that's fair, considering that the pattern that we bowling on. One of the gentlemen asked me in my on my webpage. So my webpage sent me messages directly. He said, am I going to re-rate it for the pattern because of sport pattern?" So I was like, "No, we ain't gonna get to the fine tuning of that yet. When we get down the line and get more structure and have things more often, then we'll get into the weeds of
Right.
it." So that was a no. But as I insert myself into the community and start throwing these more often, then I get to the fine tuning
Got to
of,
learn.
hey,
Yeah.
exactly.
So with the tournament, it is singles,
Hmm.
and that's one thing I am grateful for. Because don't get me wrong, I love my team, but sometimes it's a lot of work structuring to get a team together, and I'll be looking for single tournaments like this where I'm only responsible for me.
Right, absolutely.
And so I'm appreciative that it is singles. Um, is there? And you said you are able to re-enter after the first two squads. Um, you said, but what was the pattern will be out on July 4th.
The pattern will be July 4th. So if you can
Well,
figure it out between July 4th at 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the morning, hey, you all right. You're a bad mama jamma.
and that's a great question, Greg. Greg Black, legendary Greg Black, Hall of Famer. Hey, Greg, text me when your Hall of Fame ceremony is. I want to be there. Um, he asked, "Can you cash more than once?"
Nah, so Greg, I see your question, man. No, you can't cash more than once because what I'm trying to do is make it fair, right? I'm not going to speak the gentleman's name, but if some guys that's not on ball staff that are very good bowlers, and they don't have the restriction that I didn't want them to come in and just clean up the whole cash out. So like I said, it was a branding. This is a branding tournament, and whoever's the better bowler is going to get. If you can rank in the top 10, then that's what you're gonna get. We will get to that point where we can cash more than once, but I'm just not there yet.
Now, I on the tournament, I'm loving, like I said, the singles. I'm loving the guaranteed. I strongly, and I've said it on this show, Georgia needs a big time tournament like this that's going to attract people.
Mhm.
Um, even though I wish it was more in the Metro Atlanta, but that's our issue out here to deal with. But I am happy to see stuff like this growing, and that we're not just looking at right now; we're looking at the future.
Mm.
Because I believe when we have stuff like this, and we can plan and we can make things attractive to our state, it opens it up, for others, bowlers, other opportunities. And it's because, like I keep saying, Georgia attracts itself. We got the aquarium, we got the Coca-Cola
Yeah,
museum, so much to
yeah,
do
but
out here.
Montreal, I'll say this, right? I say this, and this is not only for you, right?
Mm.
If it does well,
When it does well.
when it does well, absolutely, I like that. When it does well, right? I'm not I'm not sold only for Augusta. I'll be based out of Augusta.
All right.
So a lot of the stuff will be happening around here, right? And if somebody said, "Hey, Tavon, let's take this thing down Atlanta," no problem. Long as I got 100% confidence in who I'm doing business with, I'm okay with it. And it ain't even about the money, right? It's all about, hey, this thing ran smooth.
Putting a good product out
The
there.
branding is there. We stamped it. Hey, we had a successful tournament, and now we're gonna take it somewhere else. No problem.
Because
So,
is Scott still the DM in Augusta?
um,
Scott Hurley.
no, you talking about for Bolero?
Yeah.
No, her name is Christy.
Okay. 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 So okay. 'Cause I was about to say, well, Scott got all the connections as far as well, but but I love, like I said, once again, I love the idea. The first time I saw it was through Lethal Shooter. And right after, and it was crazy because right after that, Vicente called me, and and then it led us here. And like I said, I'm on board. I'm definitely going to be there. I'm bringing some people with me. I know for a fact they're going to be some of the people are coming from Douglasville after the Battle of the Sexes. They're
Hmm.
coming. I've talked to like four people today that said, yeah, the multiple squads is definitely helping. But for you to be on the board and for you to get people that are like minded and understand the culture, because we all
Hmm.
know Georgia bowling culture ain't easy. I definitely see this, being here for a while. I'm definitely a fan. Like I said, I'm definitely going to be there. And can you speak more about the sweeper? Will the sweeper have
Okay,
the same
hey,
shot?
beat me to the punch, man. So I'm really thinking about doing this for the regular tournament also. Um, so the whole purpose for the sweeper, the purpose of the sweeper, get comfortable with the house, see what the house got to give, the whole
Hmm.
nine, right? So what I was gonna do for the sweeper, I wanted it to be better than the regular sweepers. So what I said was I was gonna guarantee $1,000, right? So whoever is the first, what I got, 35. Well, how many bowlers did I say for 1,000? Whatever it was, right? I
Mm.
think it was 30 some bowlers, right? The first 30 some bowlers up to 74 bowlers. So now this is my word, man. If 74 bowlers come in there, they're gonna get up to $1,000. If 75 come in, I'm guaranteed $2,000.
Mm.
I'm not gonna say, hey man, hey, we so close to 75 bowlers, we guarantee a 2K. No, it gotta be 75 bowlers, right? Because what I'm doing
75
is,
bowlers, and he's guaranteeing 2K.
and if 113 come in, 3K. And
Oh.
if 150 come in, 4K.
Mm.
So that's what that I believe, when you taking ownership of stuff like that, you putting yourself out there to to gravitate more bowlers to the area, right? Especially
Yeah.
when they see your name. Along with that, I'm gonna give people free food, so you could eat pizza, chicken, and whatever else they have on the menu. I will have it readily available for you to come in, break bread, meet me. Hopefully, I could get my cousin there because he was supposed to be flying in. So that was one of the leverage points. Also, another thing that I was going to do, I was going to open the bar so
Mm.
that from this point to this point, you come get free drinks. You
And
know what I'm
that's it, the
saying?
sweeper.
Yeah, that's a
Hold
sweeper.
on, hold on, hold on. We got to remove that. Hold on. We got to say that again. Say that one more time for the people in the
Hey,
back. On
free
July
drinks.
4th.
July 4th, you come there and get some drinks for free. Meet and greet. Hey, I introduce myself, Tavon. Bam. I'll be doing some ball giveaways, some I can't say raffles,
So this man
ball
is telling y'all
giveaways.
he is bringing the fireworks to the bowling alley on July 4th.
Absolutely,
He
absolutely,
said we get
man.
100 and how many
Look, we
to
get
guarantee
150.
four?
I'm giving away 4K.
150 giving away 4K to the prize fund.
4K
That is
guaranteed. You hear it
75.
from me.
75.
75 will get 2K.
We get
113.
2K.
I'm talking about. If 112 come, it's gonna be 2K. If 113 come, it'll be 3K.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just letting everybody know how involved I'm trying to be in the community, and that I'll put money in your hand. Bam. Hey, congratulations for winning, and hey, happy trail. See you tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So
And we know bowlers like to drink.
yeah,
We
yeah. So
know
that's leverage. So absolutely, man, absolutely.
we know bowlers like to drink, and we and we know they like money.
Yeah,
So
put them together. It's a perfect mix.
yes, so I'm I'm
And
I'm, I'm rooting for it.
yeah, and I told it was like little stuff that I had on the flyer too, like right here I got a 300 pot. If anybody throw 300, you'll get $100.
Mm.
I'm doing a strike jackpot, so if we raffle off a lane hit. If you throw a strike, I don't know, man. I might say 50, I might say 100, whatever. I might pick a number, whatever. But you're gonna get a reward for it.
It's going to be an interactive tournament.
Oh yes, 100%.
Will the DJ be there on July 4th too?
Yeah, so I had talked. I don't know if I should drop his name yet because we didn't work out no details. But he's an Atlanta DJ. He sent me a message. We talked. It was just like Mr. Vicente. Um, he shot me a message. I said, hey, give me your background. We did like a short one on one, and he seemed like an interesting, very mature gentleman. He said he got a variety of music. We going to try him out, and I got some more events for him also that I'll be doing probably like a in there. This is something that I could probably promote down there too. But I want to do an all white party for entrepreneurs based around bowling and stuff like that too. So they come pay a fee. They come and eat, dance, give away prizes, the whole nine, man. I'm
Old
just trying to,
school.
yeah, man. Just
I remember.
trying to stimulate the community, man.
Yeah, I remember them when I turned 18. We used to have them dances. I remember when I lived in Virginia, and I know my homeboy Jaime probably remember this. We used to have the longshoreman dances at the longshoreman holes down there. I probably had some of them in DC too.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, you had the longshoreman dances. Everybody used to get all dressed up for it, go down there.
Uh huh.
Like you said, they used to
Absolutely.
pay for a ticket, used to eat, dance, have
Yeah.
a good
Eat,
time.
dance, and
Hmm.
what the beauty about the entrepreneur ball, right? Like I said, it's gonna be based around bowling, but it's gonna give an opportunity for the entrepreneurs to come up to the mic, speak on their business. They're gonna get a little too bit. They're gonna say what they're doing. They're gonna have their little cards, do whatever. They're gonna exchange information, and it's a good way to stimulate not only black business but business in general around here. You know what
Yes,
I'm saying? So um, it's no reason to monetize when you can monopolize. You know what I'm saying? It just spread good energy, man.
very
That's
good.
what I'm trying to do.
Change the culture. I'm all for it. Change
Yeah,
it to where
absolutely.
we are more together than we are apart. Because at the end of the
Yeah,
day, we all love the sport and want to see the sport grow.
yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's where a lot of people forget that we all want the same thing. All of us. I think
Yep.
everybody wants the protection of the sport. Everybody wants the sport to grow. Everybody wants to see more money in the prize funds. Uh,
Yeah.
so I'm definitely, like I told you, I'm gonna be there. Whatever we need, even if it's, far as helping out. I'm definitely gonna be trying to go. Don't get trying to give me some of that 20,000 too. I ain't gonna
Oh
tell you.
no, no, do your thing, man.
I'm,
Look, hey,
I'm gonna try
it's
to.
open, baby.
Hey, I ain't no Greg Black now, but I'm about to. Hey, like I said, I'm about.
Hey, nah, man. You come down. I wish you well, man. I wish all the guys well. The more competitive and more edge we got out there. I mean, because a lot of people don't understand, man. Bowling is like one of the only last sports that's you can go. You can have a social event. You can go. It's in a facility. You could
Mhm.
take your family to it.
Yep.
You could do a sport. It could be a professional sport, all housed in one little location.
Yep.
It ain't that many sports that's like that. You can't take your grandma to the basketball court. Not happening. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be too hot
You're not
or
you're not
outside.
getting
Yeah,
drinks.
yeah.
You're right. You're not
Like
getting
some of
drinks
them
there. You're not getting
softball
food.
tournaments be all day. You tired.
Right. Absolutely. So we got to preserve the sport, man. It's very unique. It's very competitive, and it has a magnitude of things you could do with it. You know what I'm saying? So
Now I'm gonna be unselfish for a second because, like I told you, I
okay.
love singles. Now in the future, are you planning on doing like doubles, teams, trios, anything like that?
Yeah, man. We, so my team. I don't have a very large team, but I do have a team of a few people that when they see stuff, they send it to me. And like a lot of people are getting like friend requests from
Hmm.
other people. And it's only because they want me to see things, right? So they tag me, and we seen like this crazy like doubles event. So I'm looking into the doubles event and teams event, but I want to know, I want to make sure it's the right price. I ain't trying to overcharge people, and I definitely want to make it competitive. I don't want a team to come in here and the UBA All Stars come and clean the joint up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, but I'm definitely entertaining team events. It might be something that we could sit down and talk about, man, and let me ask you the hard questions about team events, man, and you educate me on it. Then I mean, we probably go from there if it pans out.
Yeah. Because yeah, it's like I think the bowling community, from what I've seen, they love mixed doubles, mixed trios, and
Okay.
stuff like that. I know doubles. I know they just they gravitate toward it. Excuse me. Because I'm a shit talker, so they need help. So they like
Yeah.
so they gravitate
Absolutely, man.
toward need help. But I
Absolutely.
like I said, I definitely applaud what y'all doing, especially for the veterans. You being a veteran, I definitely applaud. The trying to be different, trying to make the change, trying to make things better, and understanding that it's sometimes deeper than bowling.
Right.
So,
Absolutely.
a lot of bowlers really don't see each other outside the bowling alley.
Hmm.
So to get a chance to dress up where I'm not wearing an outsider shirt all the
Yeah.
time, and kind of let your hair down just a little bit. Y'all
Yeah.
some wild folks, so don't be letting y'all hair down too goddamn much. I heard some stories about a lot
Absolutely.
of y'all. So, hey. but but yeah, I definitely want to applaud you once again. Let people know one last time about the tournament, location, price,
Okay.
how much. Go ahead before we
Okay.
close out.
So all right. So this is
Start. We can
closing.
start with July 4th.
Okay, start with July. All right, so on July 4th, we will be hosting a bowling sweeper that would include free food, free drinks. Um, if you look at the flyer, we'll be giving out it'll be ball giveaway brackets, the whole nine. The main reason behind the sweeper is to get familiar with the lanes, come and check out the ball pattern for the tournament, and this coming fellowship. Is more of a meet the VTT team. Um, and like I said, it's gonna be free food, free drinks. Just come, have fun. Hope if you could win, hey, congratulations. It's a winner take all type deal. Hey, if you get it, I hope that we could pack the house. And hold on, so, are you offering veterans
So I tell
discount?
you our first veteran.
Nah, man, ain't no veterans discount. You get full price, man. Now, hey, we ain't made it to that point yet. It's something I can log though, Mister what sale? But
Darren
man,
Wesley.
moving to the fifth and sixth. The fifth and sixth is going to be the actual tournament where we'll be exercising the actual ball pattern that was given out on the fourth. We'll be doing ball giveaways, brackets. Um, it's the actual Independence Day tournament. The VTT team will be there. Hopefully, my cousin will be free some time up to come there, take pictures.
Talking about lethal
It's
shooter.
leaning toward that he will be there, but I just got to make sure because things do happen. He is a busy man. Um, Along with that, we be giving out. We doing. I don't want to say raffles. I can't say raffles, but I'm gonna say raffles. But we can't do raffles, so we're gonna say giveaways. So if somebody coming to me and say, "Are you doing raffles?" I'm like, "No, I'm doing giveaways." So
Oh, by the
giveaways
way,
is
too,
like,
his cousin is lethal shooter.
yes, he is lethal shooter. He's my guy. Matter of fact, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna get him on one of your shows, man,
Please,
so
please.
that Yeah, I'm gonna bring
We
them
have a
in.
lot of basketball fans.
Man, I'm telling you,
And
it'll
yeah,
be crazy,
please let
man.
me know, please.
I can get them on. But hey, if I haven't put out the information that you're looking for, you can always go to my website. It's an official website. It's ran by me. You can send me a message if you have any thing that's on your mind, any ideas, some typo. Like a guy sent me a message about a typo that I have on the sweeper. It said 1K, 1,000K. I should have said $1,000 or 1K, not 1,000K. So that's a typo. It's $1,000. Um, like anything, man. Really approachable guy. I don't take. I'm not the one that gets sensitive about constructive criticism. Just holler at me, man. Like the number
Handicap
works.
is 90% of 220.
Yeah, 90%
It's,
of 220. Yeah. My bad, man.
and
The
we
cap is
have
90% of 220.
we have
You gonna have six,
three squads each day, right?
right? 3 squads each day, 6 opportunities to win the place 1 through 10. It's a male and female bracket. Hey, I ain't gonna tell you how many males have registered, but I can tell
Hold
you
on, not a
this.
mail and not a bracket.
Oh, excuse me. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Wrong
yeah. I
term. I'm
don't,
sorry.
because you know this
I'm sorry.
community.
My bad.
They'll. You said bracket. Where's
It'll
the
be like you,
bracket?
bro.
You
You
said
said
this was a bracket. I beat my man.
it'd be two. It'd be two male and female division. Is
Right.
that better? All right,
Yes.
there we
Yeah,
go.
there you go. Yeah.
It's a male and female division. Only 2 females have registered. Like it's crazy. Like I don't understand this. Like you could be the third. You gonna get a check. You know what I'm saying?
Well, free food is on the Friday on the 4th.
Yeah, on the fourth. I'm considering the fifth and sixth, depending on how things start looking. If it look
He's
like
not
10
only
people
did
don't
he
walk
say
through there,
free food, he said free drinks too on the
that is
4th.
absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. So this however we arrange it with the management, she like if I buy out the bar or I just run a tab or whatever, however we're gonna do it. So um I already talked about the fine details. I did it before. I just had a bunch of free food. I just had them making pizzas and chicken and everything. Everything was just already laid out. Only you had to do was go get it.
Wash your
So
hands first.
yeah. Wash your hands. That's a big That's number
Hell
one, bro.
yeah.
Yeah, that's how that COVID be spread, man. I don't know, but yeah. Um, hey, it's overall it's going to be a good event.
It sounds like
I'm
it's
going to
going.
be
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun.
yeah,
Got the
definitely a good
DJ. Got the yeah. Only thing
yeah
gonna be
DJ
missing
whole
is the
nine,
water
man.
balloons outside. That's all it's missing.
Hey, I was trying to get food trucks, man, but
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were sensitive about bringing
yeah.
food
Good.
into the facility, so I was like,
Yeah,
yeah,
good luck with
we
Bolero.
will,
Yeah.
yeah, we're going to address it though, man. All the events are building to better events, so that at the end of the day, that's what it's going to be.
What you gonna drive to Augusta for a plate there?
That
He talking about says the food for
yeah, for
participants.
participants only, man.
He said,
Come on, man.
he said for OKC going to the finals, y'all.
Oh man, it's over.
It's a Darren about to. Darren, I'm telling Christina. I know she feeds you. And Christina
um,
gonna be like, "Don't be acting like I don't feed you at home." But yeah, I want to thank you for coming on. I want to thank you for and I want to get you back too, like you said, if you even with or without lethal shooter,
mhm.
as the date get closer, so we can do some some pushes and trying to get this out to the masses because I think this is something that could if it sells out like and to the bowler community, this is one of those things that it's you just heard him say we accept all constructive criticism. This isn't about us. This is about the community. So as
Mhm.
we put money into this, and he's telling us it's going to grow. So yes, let me also say this because we had the same situation with the tournament out here. Everything don't run perfect. You don't throw strikes all the fucking time, so everything don't run perfect. So don't come out here if there's mistakes made Take them to the side. Hey,
Yeah.
this is what I see. This is what I see could
Hmm.
get better. This is for the community. My
Absolutely.
man is putting free food, free drinks. It's not a lot of tournament directors that's doing that. This is a very good question. This is one question I forgot to ask. Is it when is the
Oh
payout?
yeah. Oh yeah. I'm so glad. Excuse me, man.
Uh,
Mr.
uh,
Donald, I'm
yeah,
so glad
Mr.
you
Don
asked the
Jimenez.
question. I don't like owing people anything. You're gonna get your money. So this is the one thing though. You will get a receipt. Everybody who bowls in the tournament and you place, we will be doing a double check just to make sure everything's good before you get your money, right? So same day payout is correct, but we gotta wait till the tournament is over on Sunday.
So at the end of the tournament Sunday, after all scores are tallied, is a
At the all scores are tallied, we making sure everything right. You will get a receipt. You will get a receipt. Now you can register it right now, and your receipt will be within the system. If you don't have a receipt, I have machines right there for you to swipe. You will get a physical receipt. Keep it in your pocket when you
whoa, 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 whoa. Pause. I don't think the people caught what you just said. We don't have to have cash to pay for the tournament.
you do not have to have cash.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
You can
man.
swipe. You will get a don't be coming on fake cards because
What?
we gonna check.
No, no, let me. Which one of these? Now that's because Bolero don't now brackets. I know. What about brackets?
Oh, brackets you gotta pay because
You got to pay
it's right
cash.
there instant.
Bring
It's
cash because
instant. You win.
you know Bolero Augusta does not have an ATM.
Does not have an ATM.
Yeah. So if you want to get on to um, if you want to get into brackets, you
You
have
will have to pay
to
cash.
pay cash.
Yep.
So that is big, but great. So, excuse me. So after the tournament payout, after the last squad, now let me ask you this: say I bowl the fifth 8 o'clock squad, and I cash, and I'm not able to come back.
Then I will personally give you the money. And when I say personally, I'm not saying personally drive it to you. I will, I will give you the options of Cash App, Zelle, or I can mail you a check, and you will you will contact me to make sure that you got it. All right, we will have some formal like communication that you have won, and I will be posting the results on all my social media platforms, my website. I will be announcing. So if you don't want to take pictures, this probably ain't the place to be because I already worked out some
Get
details
your
with
hair
Mister
did, get a
Vicente.
haircut, all
So
that.
he will be taking your picture. So if you don't want baby mama to find out you made some bread, this probably ain't the place to be because you got to go on the media and it's part of my social media push to grow the sport.
Now this is like I said, this is a dope. This is going to be a dope turnout. I'm excited. Once again, I want to say thank you for coming on. We're gonna have you back on as the day get closer, so we can talk more and go over more information. But I once again appreciate you for coming on. Appreciate you for promoting the tournament. It is a oops. It is going to be a fun turnout. I am definitely looking forward to it. I will be there. You got the sweeper on July 4th. And then we also have the actual tournament July 5th and 6th, 8, 12, and 4. $100 entry,
Hey,
90% of 220.
absolutely.
I can't wait. Pattern will be released January 5th.
July
I'm
4th.
sorry. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm in a whole different
That's
season.
cool, man.
I'm in a whole different time frame. The pattern will be announced July 4th. The sweeper will be on the pattern, so you can get some of the action. If we The more people show up to the sweeper, the higher the guarantee of the prize fund. I can't
Yep.
wait. Thank you kindly, sir. Thank you to the
Hey, thank you,
veteran
man.
10 pin toolkit.
Oh yeah.
So all right, but thank you once again, man. You have a great night.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for having me on, and we be doing business sometime in the near future, man.
Yes, sir. We'll be in contact.
Oh yeah.
Have a great one.
Yep.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. This does sound exciting. Just to just and and I know you Super Bowlers is going to take this and try to you want to be so run, but this honestly sounds like a good time. This sounds like it's on the perfect day, July 4th, 5th, and 6th, July 4th weekend. And it just seems like a perfect good time. A man said if you come to the sweeper, it's giving out free food and free drinks. And we know all of y'all, most of y'all need AA meetings. So before you go to the AA meeting, come out here July 4th, get your free drinks. I'm excited. I'm going to be there. Um, yeah, I'm going to be there. Um, yeah. But we're just waiting. We got Gordon Pepper coming on. Um, he's going to explain these trading cards, NFTs. I know the UBA was excited for them. Gordon said he's on his way home. He's asking how the show went. I told him they warmed up the crowd for you. A lot of people don't know, and I know y'all probably gonna hear this more than once, but a lot of people don't know. Um, Gordon is one of the ones that I got the idea to start a show. When I first joined the UBA, I know a couple of people, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but I used to try to do like little side games and call outs the way he was doing it. And the way he, used to run things, from what I seen on YouTube. So I try to imitate some of the games and stuff. And some went well, some didn't, but just was trying to just, do more. But, Atlanta's funny. Um, Atlanta, Atlanta's funny. But I got the podcast idea from him and Kevin Decker. When I first joined, Kevin used to do a podcast. I think he used to do it every Friday before the tour stop, and he used to go through every single division and do a prediction, which I thought was cool. And then when he stopped doing it, I wanted to do this kind of the same thing. I just don't know all the teams and all the people to give a fair, prediction. But those are some of the guys that I got my idea from to even do this. So I'm excited to talk to Gordon Pepper. I believe, um, yes, the sweeper will be on the pattern. I hope we answer. I think we answered that. But OKC in the finals. That's crazy. Um, I do. I do have a UVA. Somebody just messaged me today. Let me see. Who was it that messaged me? Um, what was her name? Miss. Oh, please. I hope I didn't. Oh, Janine. Yeah, Janine Lampy. Lampley. Lampley. Yeah, she just hit me up today. Told me that my NFT trading card is ready. I hope I'm calling this thing the right thing. I hope I'm. I don't know. But let me see. Yeah, so yeah. So I do have a trading card. I haven't seen it yet. Um, I will get it soon. Um, I want to see it first before I put it out there. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I didn't get a, I didn't, I don't even know if I shaved that day. Pause. Talking about my head. So I don't know if I might be looking crazy on there. I'm trying to think what jersey because we took the pictures at Southern. I don't even remember what jersey I had on. I don't even really remember the pose. Um, yeah, I was kind of perturbed because we lost the bad intentions. So I should have took my picture before the tour stop. I mean, yeah, before the stop started. But but yeah, shout out to bad intentions for beating outsiders in Southern lanes. Um, hey, you win some, you lose some, but you live to fight another day, Craig. But shout out to the rewatch gang on YouTube. But it is yeah, we gonna have fun. Oh, this weekend, um, Saturday, I will be bowling in my first big league, yeah, tour stop. I am on the Phantom. I am on a team. I think we're based out of North Carolina. I think we're based out of not All Star, or are we based out anywhere? It's just, but I know the first match is in Sand Hills. Um, let me see who we play. I'm excited. Um, I've been seeing the big league ever, so I'm excited to see what it's about. Um, so we play. Where do y'all be coming up with these names for these teams? What in the world? He said the Wolves beat us, just lose 4-1. Hey, Dwanye, what did I tell you about when you asked me and you said you remember when me, you, and Sunk was talking when the Knicks beat Boston at the game 2? You said the Knicks look like they could win a championship. What I tell you? Let me see if you remember. While he's remembering it, but we playing a team called Invasive Species. Yeah, that's weird. But I'm excited. Um, see, these are normal team names: Little River Shooters, Myrtle Beach Mafia, Carolina Kraken, Strike Nation Mafia, Hype Rollers or High Rollers. Supposed to be High Rollers. Carolina Punishment, Team Phantom. So yeah, I'm joining the big league out of North Carolina. Um, yeah. So don't worry, Don. You she's looking for people, so don't worry about it. Consider yourself on the team. but but yeah, those are real names. Yeah, Dwayne, we can get you out there, Dwayne. Because trust me, she's looking for more scratch bowlers. It's fun. I think like I said, our first match is Saturday morning at Sand Hills, North Carolina. So I'm excited. Um, you probably just got on here, Dwayne, but I gave you several shout outs because you've been hotter than fish grease right now. Big shout out. How did the sweeper go tonight, Dwayne? Let me see if it's in here because I remember. I gotta find it. Where is our group chat? I told if you look at my Facebook when the season first started, I made a Facebook post that said OKC is winning the championship. Under Daniel Mack's post, Andrew showed up and bowled like he was on tour and took everything. I was close but ran out of gas. Hey man, good bowling. Good bowling, Andrew. Hold up, where? Okay, here we go. Hold up, where? Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I wanted to come out there and bowl, but that drive, man, I ain't gonna lie. To do that drive on Tuesdays and then to do that drive back to back, oh my gosh. That drive is yeah, that stealth mode, you EK, yeah, it looked like EK was right about that. Like he trying because it was around that conversation when some said that we was gonna sweep Boston, and I was like, we're not sweeping Boston. Mm-mm-mm. Can't find it, but yeah. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been high on. You can ask. Yeah, you can ask. On Daniel Mack's post, I wish I would. Daniel Mack. Somebody tagged Daniel Mack because he asked for a bet. I said, make it easy on yourself, and he didn't. I didn't hear nothing else after that. Somebody. I'm gonna tell you what it was with OKC with me. Because if you look at my Facebook, I announced it when they signed iHeart. To me, that was the difference what they were missing. When you're able to have multiple centers play multiple positions, uh, I know you didn't, Daniel Mack, but you put out a post and you said you had Minnesota over. You said you had Minnesota over what's the face? You had Minnesota over. You had Minnesota over OKC, and you said whatever it is, bet good. And I said make it easy on yourself. And I didn't hear. Here it is. You said I like the Timberwolves over OKC, and I said make it easy on yourself. And then one of your friends named Big Wop Long said hit my inbox, and I said no, I don't know that guy. But yeah, I said make it easy on yourself. You said I like the Timberwolves. I'm gonna be honest with you. With the Knicks thing, like if we make it to the finals, yes, it'll be exciting. Going into the playoffs, if I'm being totally honest, um, I was hoping Boston beat the shit out of us. I knew we were going to get past Detroit. I did not predict us getting past Boston. regardless, I think watching the series, we would have beat Boston regardless of the Tatum injury. Um, Even if Tatum was healthy, we were winning that game by 8 with what 3 minutes to go when he got hurt. The reason why I wanted to lose to Boston, the crazy part is I didn't want to just lose to Boston. I wanted Boston to beat us bad. Um, and what I'm about to say is going to be kind of a little contradicting because I really do like Tibbs. I just don't like Tibbs for this group. I don't think the coaching structure that he's has in place is working. I felt like that for a couple of years, but like I really do like Tibbs. I think Tibbs is an awesome assistant coach. I think he is one of the greatest defensive mind coaches we've had, one of in history. I just knew the way the Knicks built their team this season was to make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I feel like if we would have failed to do that, then we finally would get another coach in. I would have liked to see another coach with this squad that actually ran offensive plays. Um, Charles Woodson, not Charles. Oh my gosh, whoa, that is not that man's name. Um, Woody. Um, his name is not Charles Woodson, but damn, what is his name? His last name is Wilson. Right now, he coaches the University of Indiana. He used to coach the Atlanta Hawks, and he coached the Knicks. And he is the only coach to get fired after winning two. He got fired in Atlanta after winning 60 games. He got fired in New York after winning 60 games, which is crazy. Um, to me, he is one of the best coaches out there. He is one of the best coaches at running plays out of timeouts. He is one of the best coaches of having plays drawn up off of inbounds. When we had that team of Melo, Tyson Chandler, Jason Kidd, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, Steve Novak, the plays that he had to get multiple people open, the plays that he ran allowed for a first, second, and third option if something didn't open up. And one of those three options was always going to open up. Either you guarded Melo off the inbound, or you guarded Steve Novak off the corner three, and you had to guard Tyson Chandler with the cutting to the basket for alley. The plays that he ran was immaculate. That's why I think Rick Carlisle is such a great coach. Um, I true basketball fans, and I love talking to true basketball fans because they understand coaching adjustments throughout halftime. And in this series of Indiana, two things is prevalent. Number one is we have no answer for Pascal Siakam. Number two is we have not adjusted to the pick and roll yet. And it is weird because the communication on the pick and roll is atrocious. And that's why we are losing the series. Um, well, that's not the only reason. Karl Anthony Towns can't stay out of foul trouble. Um, it just doesn't get it. I just doesn't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, um, I think we're a far better team than Indiana. We drugged them during the regular season, 2-1. Um, and the games wasn't even close. I don't think these games should be as close as they are. For number one, the Knicks missed too many mid-range shots. Like Mikal Bridges, I'm gonna be real. Like I appreciate. I'm glad he's such a defensive mindset. Um, you gotta Nace. You gotta watch the game in totality. Naismith shooting those threes in game one, outstanding. That is not why we lost. Less than a minute to go. Cat missed the free throw. He went 1 for 2 from the free throw line. OG followed him. No, excuse me. OG went 40 seconds, less than a minute to go. OG goes to the free throw line. He makes 1 of 2. Cat follows him up, goes to the free throw line, and makes 1 of 2. If them two make their free throws, and they're both above 80% free throw shooters, that Hollenberg shot doesn't matter. Even if he shoots a three, it doesn't matter. We can say Nace. You can't look at that, and you got to do what you have to do to win a game. These are NBA players. They're going to make threes. That's they go to the gym and they shoot threes every single time. The same thing for the free throws. Missing free throws is what's cost us the game. Missing free throws is why we didn't sweep Detroit. We should have swept Detroit. Missing free throws. The first 3 games was decided by less than 8 points in total. So the first 2 games, like you have to control what you can control. You're at the free throw line, OG. You're at the free throw line, Cat. You can't go 1 for 2 in crunch time of free throws. Because then you make players like Naismith look like the second coming of Jordan or Curry. Same thing for game 2. I think we got beat game 2. Game 1, we gave it up. Game 2, I think we got beat. We should have went to Indiana 1-1. Like we should have went to Indiana 1-1. It's and then Mikal Bridges. I thank God you can play defense because, like, if you watch game 3, game 4, how many shots did we miss inside the paint? Like I know y'all like to watch Sports Center and y'all like to watch NBA TNT, but they don't break down the game. These are all opinion based that they use. They don't like the commentating is trash. Like I literally only I literally watch the game sometimes on mute, and the only time I really watch the game with sound is just so I can hear the crowd and so it can have some sound playing. But the way the Knicks missed so many point blank shots, so many layups. Mikal Bridges with that with that mid range fadeaway, you should be making that. You should be 80% with that by now. Like it's too much. Like it's the plays. And then let's talk about OKC real quick. And you can ask Leonard, you can ask Nick. I told him, I said OKC. The only team that I can see in the playoffs to beat OKC was Minnesota. But when you adjust, because first of all, the reason why I think OKC could beat Minnesota, the only reason why I thought Minnesota was the only team that had a chance to beat OKC is because they can match up with them lengthwise. Pause. And I told them the best way is to put. If you notice in this series, Ihart didn't get that much playing time, as he normally does, because they were able to put Chet at the 5 and bring Rudy Gobert out and stretch the floor with Chet. So that took away their shot blocker, because if Rudy Gobert plays in, then they can kick it out to Chet, and we know Chet is able to make the 3. So it was a little chess. Now, what I would have liked Flip Saunders to do, I would have liked him to go to more of a zone or try to go through a zone. I didn't see very much zone being played by their defense. I would have liked to see them try to do a zone to try to combat that. But with OKC when they signed Ihart, to me, that gave them more opportunities to have more shot blocking because Chet is a body. Pause. Ihart is a body. Pause. And now I can shrink the floor on the offensive end, and I can and on the defensive end. So when you're able to play with two guys like that, um, and especially with Chet's capabilities, it definitely brings a strain on your defense and your offense. But yeah, but in the meantime, in between time, y'all know I could talk basketball all day. We need to do a basketball show. So holler at me if you're interested. But in between time, in the meantime, we got Mister Gordon Pepper in the house, there, ladies and gentlemen. How you
You know,
doing,
when you're
Mister
talking
Pepper?
about basketball and not being a New York Knicks fan, even though I'm in the area, I'm a Miami Heat fan, and there's many reasons on that. If we have another 2 hours in the day, I can talk to you about when I was working for NBC Sports and working for Pat Riley back in the day before he was the coach of the New York Knicks.
Oh
And
wow.
I got front row tickets for the 1994 NBA Final Series with the Knicks
Oh
versus
wow.
Houston.
See, now I'm gonna
So
go
if you
back.
pay attention and you go back, you may see me with a lot more hair back then
And you know what's
in the front
crazy?
row
I
hanging out.
still have them on VHS. I just need a VCR.
Check it out. Oh well, I can't help you with VCR, but check that out.
I just need a VCR. I still have that finals where I still have game three, the OJ Simpson chase. I still have
Yes,
that
with
on
the Bronco.
VHS. Yeah, because I was pissed because we went into we Houston had Houston had the home court. I think what we won game two, if I'm not mistaken. I think we lost game
Wait,
one. We
we
won,
lost game one, won game two,
and then we lost game three, and
and then lost game three.
I blamed it on OJ Simpson. Because I was what 9 years old, and I had no idea who OJ Simpson was, and I was wondering why the fuck was we cutting from the game. So I missed like the whole second quarter because NBC wanted to follow the fucking OJ Simpson chase. But that my bad. That's trauma in my childhood. My bad, y'all. But how you doing today, Mr. Pepper?
I'm doing okay. I guess I shouldn't say. Well, I was one of the people in that control room during that time period in
Oh,
'94.
you was for
No, no, no,
real?
no. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Oh,
kidding.
I
No,
was about to say.
no, no.
I was about to ask you, what was your thoughts going into?
No, I mean, we can talk about stories. I was there at NBC Sports working as a logger and then a writer during the 1989-90 season. So I got to, and I was working with the guests. So I got to work with Pat Riley, and I also got to work with, ironically enough, OJ Simpson
Wow. Oh,
because
yeah, he
that
was on
year he
NBC
was
Sports.
sure was. I was one of his writers back in the day.
Oh, wow.
So I got to
I
meet
gotta
him,
get.
and I got to
Oh,
some of his parties, and I got stories
I gotta get you and Dave Bernstein on the show together because he was a writer also, a
on
sport, and
NBC.
he worked for a. I think he worked for like a publishing company that used to
Oh,
work a
okay.
lot with the players. I gotta get now. That is going to be a great. I gotta. Yeah, we're gonna have to set that up very soon. Like you.
Yeah, no, I worked under and I'm gonna throw names around. So I was one of the writers for OJ, and I was a log and I did some stuff there, and I worked under Jeff Sleed and the great Steve Horn, who's now over at Fox, and he's always done some stuff with Bob Costas.
Now,
So that's there. Then I was there for a couple of years, and I moved over to CBS Sports for 4 years as highlight coordinator.
now I definitely got to ask you, how did you get your start in that?
Well, okay, so in so for the NBC gig, I got it through contacts that I had at that point. But the CBS one was interesting. So, and I've always been very much a very aggressive. I don't want to say hustler. That's not the right word, but aggressive in terms of personality and in terms of talking and communicating and trying to converse with everybody. So, and for people that don't know me, I do a lot of sports format stuff. I do television stuff, a lot of it, especially behind the cameras as well as in front. I do have a game show background. There is a chance you've seen some of my stuff in
Mm.
certain areas. I won't go into that, or else we'll be here for 4 hours. But going back to the question that you had, we came a group of us did a pitch presentation over for Viacom at that point
Mm.
when they were actually a
Big,
thing.
yeah, they were
So
doing everything.
they're doing everything back then. So I was on the bus home. So I wound up chatting with somebody on the bus, and we were talking sports and everything else. And at the end, the bus driver, not the bus driver, the person I was chatting with, he goes, "Do you mind if I take you? Would you have a problem if you took me home?" Because he knew that I had a car. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, "Oh, okay. If I die, this is how it goes." So I'm like, as long as you don't have a chainsaw, fine. So I take him home, and he goes, well, I know that you're interested in sports. I work for CBS Sports. If you want a job, give me a call. We're hiring, and you're in." So he gave me his card, and it was
Mm.
one of the people that worked at CBS. I gave him a call, and then in August they brought me in as a logger, and then I moved very quickly up the ranks. By the time the year was over, I was highlight coordinator.
Wow.
True story. That's how I got into CBS.
I need to holler at you because I have a sound engineering degree and I haven't done anything with it yet.
Well, I mean, for me, it's just aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. Like, stay on people, double check people, triple check people. I mean, in the UBA, I am known as a constant pain in the ass, which I admit, yes, sometimes I am. But it's always been that personality because it's when you reach out, things happen. When you reach out to
Yes.
the universe will respond.
You miss all the shots you don't take.
Absolutely right.
So I
That's
definitely
a great quote.
now what where okay now you spoke about your background. Where are you from? Like tell people where you actually born and
All right,
raised.
so I was born and raised in Brooklyn, so I'm a New Yorker.
Brooklyn of the
Uh,
house, Nostrand and
Brooklyn
Park
in the
Place.
house. Then moved over to Tenafly. Went to Tenafly High School. Went
Okay.
to college at TCNJ, College of New Jersey. While I was there, obviously did a lot of internships, did a lot of work in New York. So I spent some time out in Vegas. I've spent some time out in LA on the West Coast. Not too long of a time, but I've spent some time out there.
Now I don't remember was B Cat out back then?
Mm, I am. Shut up, Freeman. I'm reading. I'm reading the comments right now. Yes, he is. LOL. Yes, Freeman. I am a pain in the ass. And I completely. I'm good with that. BCAT. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I
Because that's my
don't
dad did
remember.
some work with over there at B Cat. And for
Where
those of you
Where
who
is
don't
that
know,
located?
B Cat is like the Brooklyn. It was like a Brooklyn channel that was like
Oh, okay. Um,
it was almost like I don't know what you would call it. It was like just like a local
yeah, it's local.
channel. Like that's the best way I can describe it. It's almost like a PBS for just Brooklyn or
Yeah,
something like that.
at CBS for CBS Sports, there's two locations. There's Black Rock, which is where you had a lot of sports research and interns, and them. They did a lot of research there. But I was in a place called the Palace, which was on 57th Street between 9th and 10th Avenue. That's still where they are
Mm,
at this point, and that's where they do most of the work. I did a lot of the work that I did was the highlight packages with the NFL and college football and college basketball.
man, you
So
had
never did the NBA over at CBS. I did that when I was at NBC.
like Terry just said, you had some great jobs. That is yeah, that just to be in the atmosphere. Now, did you was any of your the when you did the highlights and it was were you actually at the games or was y'all doing that remotely?
We were doing it remotely.
Okay.
There were certain people. There was a department that got to go on location. I was not one of those people. I stayed in the palace, so I
Okay.
stayed at I stayed on a 57th.
Now, I know this is fascinating because we was just talking basketball, so I know we're kind of veering off a little bit from what
Yeah,
we just
in
talked
terms of
about earlier.
in terms of the Knicks, if you listen to the Knicks broadcast and
660.
some of the great, 660, and some of the great announcers there, I will coin one of their phrases from what Minnesota did earlier on today: "El Matador defense."
Clyde.
For a minute, yes, Mr. Clyde.
So what
I believe Clyde Frazier, yes, and it was
what is
just
one of the greatest games you've ever been to or covered?
Uh, well, ever been to and ever covered are two different things.
Right, right. Give us both.
Okay, ever been to not the one with Houston, but the one the year after with Indiana, when I was there and Larry Johnson made the 4-point play
Well,
to
yeah,
win the game.
I remember that.
So that was probably the most fun one that, from
In
a basketball
'99.
standpoint, that I was there. Yes, baseball. I'm a huge Yankee fan, and it had to be the one that I covered because we did, even though we didn't cover baseball, we covered stuff for the Prudential when they did their reports, and we did that through the early 2000s. So the best game that I ever covered was the one Yankees Red Sox Game 7 ALCS Yankee Stadium. Aaron Bleeping Boone.
Mm.
When he hits the
That
home run to send, I believe that was 2003. That sent the Yankees in the
2000.
World Series.
And Game 6 was the Bloody Sox, wasn't it?
That was the year that Boston won the next.
That was the
But
one.
when
Okay,
Boston
okay,
beat the
okay.
Yankees next season, yeah, that was the year after that.
That was the 3-0 season when they came back from 3-0.
Yeah, yeah, in 2004, and that was when Boston won the World Series.
Okay, okay.
So
Yeah,
yeah, I was there the year before that when I covered it. I covered the that for Prudential.
that is awesome. So tell us, how did you get into bowling?
So bowling was one of those things where you do all the sports stuff, and you're sitting there in front of the TV, and and that's what you do. You're working. So it was like, all right, I need to do something. I can't, and this was between college and high school, and I did athletics, believe it or not, and people are going to look at me like, wow, how the hell are you saying that with that physique? You did athletics. I didn't compete in terms of athletics. Um,
Stop
but but for me, I know, but for me, I did a lot of I got a lot of varsity letters, so I'm reading Freeman's comments. That's one
Yeah, I
of
was gonna say, stop it, Freeman. The Orioles was trash back in the '90s. They were
they
hanging
still
on
are.
Cal Ripken all goddamn. they, they rode that
But
train till it fell off, and now they nobody even pays them any attention.
well, they used to a couple of years ago, not now. I mean, now they're
Yeah.
looking for a new manager, and eek. But to get back to your question, I needed to get out of the house. I knew that for me, I got a lot of high school varsity letters, but that was for stats. That's how I got the CBS and NBC jobs, and I got internships over at College of New Jersey, so I did a lot of the stat work there. But I'm like, I need to go out and do something because if I just stay inside, I'm going to have no social life. I'm going to go insane. So seriously, so I was like, okay, bowling, sure, that's something that I can do. So I walk in the first day that I walk into anything, and I'll remember this. I'll go in. Nobody wanted to be secretary of the league. It was a summer league over at Boulder City. Nobody wanted to be secretary. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll do it. And everybody stared at me, and they're like, okay, fine, you got it. And then they give me all these USBC books, and I'm like, oh no, what did I get myself into? But after that, it's like, oh, okay, it's bowling. So I learned the rules. I got everything. I've figured
Hold
out.
on. Say
You
that
know,
last part again. You did what?
they gave me the USBC playbook on bowling, so I learned the rules that
He
way.
learned the rules, people.
I
He
read the
learned
book.
the rules when he first came to bowling and was a secretary. He learned the
Yes,
rules, people.
I
Read
did.
the
I
fucking
did.
rule book. My bad, Jordan. Go ahead.
Well, and no. You actually brought up something that I'll say in a sidebar, and game show stuff because, as you know, I do game show formats and write
Mm.
questions and do all this other stuff. We have when you teach people how to play the game, we have this slang called RTFQ, which is read the frigging question, not frigging another word, but RTFQ. In other words, if you're there at the game, learn the frigging game, learn how to play. If you're on Wheel of Fortune, don't call a Q. If you're on Jeopardy, don't answer without saying the form of the question. If you know you're going to be on a game show, friggin' learn the rules.
Okay.
Understand? If you're on Family Feud and they say name a country that's there, don't say Europe. Europe is not a country.
So I'm gonna tell you something because you mentioned. So one of my dreams, and I'm gonna tag her because I have a buddy that works in Hollywood, and I don't know if she can get me on or not. but she works over
Mm-hmm.
there in Hollywood. But I would love, and my dream, it was me and my grandmother's dream, was to be on Wheel of Fortune. I if there's anything that is number one on my list, there is nothing I think I want to do that is greater than being on Wheel of Fortune in remembrance of my grandmother. So if you
I
got a
am.
connection, Gordon, I need to get up there.
Well, first of all, you never want to say you know me because there's like 99.999% of the game shows that are out there I'm ineligible for, because of all the people that I know out there. I know the casting director of Jeopardy because I went to college with him. Shout out to John Barra. I know people that right, and I think John Barra does Wheel of Fortune. So if he does, I'm xed
Hey,
out of that too.
hey, please,
The
hey, shoot me an email. What I got to do, Joe Gordon? How much I got paid you, Gordon? I need to get on that
No,
show.
you can't. No, that's the absolutely opposite. You can't use me for that.
I'm
You
a
don't want to
will
say I know
member
people that are there. Uh
and
huh.
everything.
The best thing that okay, so I'll give you this advice. The best thing that you can do is if they have like because I know they've got Wheel of Fortune coming around. I want to say in Thanksgiving or December in this area. They're doing a Wheel of Fortune tour. The best thing that you can do, go to the tour
Go to the
because
tour.
they always have contestant coordinators that are there. They always have people that are there. If you have the casting thing, do it. Send an audition, send a reel, but also create a backstory for yourself. That's really important. Like, why
So,
should we root for you?
so my
You
grandmother
are
would be a
you are the
good
contestant.
tour.
Why? Yeah, you could. Yeah, your grandmother would be a great story. Like, talk about what you do. Hey, you do podcasts for the UBA. I mean, that's a fun little story.
Mm.
In
So
terms of that, and you talk about your grandmother. That's what should be going in your casting reel
now,
when
for
you when you
people
send
who
something over.
people who don't know Martrell, um, when I'm not bowling, Family Feud used to be out here,
That's right.
and I used to go to the tapings all the time. And I think
Well,
they
when you
just
say
came back.
Well, I was going to say when you used to, if you're saying Atlanta, that's where they're doing it now. Like a bunch of my friends do taping. Hey, there's another show I can't be on. A bunch of my friends are doing taping in Atlanta for Family Feud,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of shows. Like I'm not sure if you realize or not this or not, but Family Feud now is in 4 different continents, and Steve Harvey specifically goes to Africa. There's 3 countries that they do in Family Feud Africa.
Mm,
And I am dead serious when I say it. Look it up on YouTube.
I did not know that.
So hey, now you were this old. So and I'll tell you right now where it is. They do it. They do a Family Feud in Botswana, Ghana, and South Africa. And Steve Harvey hosts all of them.
I mean, the crazy part is I plan on going to South Africa this October.
Well, then you should basically you should say I want to go. I'm going to be in South Africa. I'm going to be there. Maybe you bring your family down there if they're going to be there.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! So I'm going.
Oh well, if your family's not
Yeah,
going, then you're
you're
not
not.
getting on Family Feud.
I don't want Family Feud. I want Wheel of Fortune. That's. I'm going to find out when the tour is, and
I know they're touring because I got an advertisement on it, so they're definitely touring.
I'm a Will member, so I get the emails.
There you go.
I got a Wheel of Fortune ID. That's how serious I am, guys. But the only thing I haven't done was submit a tape, and I think I'm gonna do that soon because I got nothing
Oh,
better
you
to do.
have to submit the tape.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why they look. They look over the tapings. They look over that stuff. That's like a big. If they're saying, "Hey, this is what you need to do it."
yeah, yeah. That's my next one because I I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't even want the money. I just want to be on the show.
Oh, you're
I
full of moo poo.
I
Go
don't
get the
even want the
money.
prizes because you don't
Yeah, whatever.
understand. It was my grandmother used to. My grandmother used to tell the time by what show came on.
Mm-hmm.
She used to be like, "Oh, it's Jeopardy. Oh, they in the second round. This is the double. This is the double round.
Double
So it's probably
Jeopardy.
about 7:45, 7:50. Like
Mm-hmm.
she literally told the time based on what show was on and where they were at in the show. So like it was like watch. So like Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune was dinner time. So I'm always at the table, and we used to always compete. We used to have it on. We had the computer games. Where my plate? I just saw it somewhere. I got it on PlayStation. Like we like I love Wheel of Fortune. But so you got your starting game show. You gave the bowling. My bad. I know we bit off. Gordon,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
we're
honest with you. They didn't tell me you were this interesting. Because I got some questions for you. I did. I was
there's
doing
a lot about me you do not know.
as a researcher. I found some stuff out, but they didn't tell me you was. They didn't tell me all of this, Gordon. You're blowing my mind right now. Pause. Like
Let's put it this way. If you've ever seen the game show Let's Make a Deal,
yes.
there's a game on there called Tic
Hold up.
Tac Deal.
Hold up. Which
I'm not
one?
sure if you
The new one or the old one? The
Wayne
Wayne
Brady
Brady
version.
one?
Wayne
Wayne
Brady.
Brady. Okay.
Wayne Brady. So there's a game on there called Tic Tac Deal, where
No.
it's a tic tac toe board. You know the game I'm talking about, right?
Right. Yep.
I created it.
Oh
That
wow.
one's mine.
Now let me find. Let me ask you. Have you done work on Prices Right?
I have not done anything on Prices Right.
Okay. Okay.
I know producers over at Let's Make a Deal, and that's another story for another time. But yeah, so I've done stuff all over the place. Price is Right is a lot of my friends have gotten on the show. Um, there are obviously tips on getting on any game show. That's there. There's enough. I'm not going to blow up anybody's spot, but there's enough secrets that are out there. But the most important thing is to create a story about yourself.
Mm.
Really, this is Martrell. I'm the professor. I do stuff for the UBA. I'm going to do this because me and my grandmother hang out and watch Wheel of Fortune all the time. I mean, obviously, if you're here for bowling right now, we're putting everybody to sleep talking about game shows.
Oh
But
hey, this hey this is and you're man. Trust me, they didn't. If I would have known all of this, Gordon, you would have came on at 9 with me.
Doug Huron, I am your friend. You're my friend too.
Now, so okay, so going back to the story, so you
All right,
volunteered to be the secretary. You read the rules. Let's
I did
reiterate
read the
that
rules.
you read the rules. All right, that's where we left off. You read the rules, and you was like, "Hey, this is just bowling."
Yeah, it's bowling, and so I got into running brackets. I actually started brackets because I was friggin' bored. It's like this is nice. I need something to do. No, my mind races 8,000 miles an hour in terms of certain things. It's like I need to do something. I need to do something. I need to do something. So I'm like, all right. So I did
Okay.
research into brackets and like, okay, that's what it is. The first time that I did brackets, I didn't take any money out. Period. The money that came out was towards. We put it right towards the league prize fund. Again, this
Mm.
was back in the '90s, where you just did that for fun, and I charged. It was $3 a bracket. And I did it a little differently than how it was done now. I made like this big mega bracket thing, and half the money, if you won, half the money went to you, the other half went to the league. And the league made a couple of $1,000s, so I'm like, okay, fine. So doing that, and now I started into the UBA. Uh, by there was somebody named Robert Robinson, the late Robert Robinson, over at the Good Brothers,
Rest in peace.
and he basically said, "Hey, listen, I know you're in brackets. I know you're in tournaments. We need help running an event for the UBA." I'm like, "Okay, fine. What is it? It's Last Man Standing." Okay, so this was at Wellington in New Jersey, and we didn't know at that point was that they booked. There's 48 lanes, and we had the whole house, but they booked 16 lanes for a party. So everybody came in, gave, and I got around $3,000 worth of action from the UBA, and then all of a sudden I had to refund all of it
Oh,
because the bowling alley said, "Well, we didn't realize you were going to fill the house, so we booked a birthday party." And they filled the house. So everything went over to Hudson. I had to refund everybody, so I was still stuck at Wallington at that point. So when everything's there, Robert Robinson goes around
wow.
and he's like, "I am so sorry." I'm like, "I'm joining Good Brothers." And he's like, "Wait, this was a disaster. And I'm sorry that you had to turn all the money back and you still want to join." I'm like, "Yeah, I want to join so that this will never happen again." And that's why I started in the UB off the Good Brothers. So back in the day, when I joined, they didn't win any matches. And then slowly but surely, we turned the. No, seriously. I actually bowled a match against Silent Killers back in the day, and that was our first win in UB. It was against Silent Killers. And then we had another one against Robert Scratch Perry. Over in there, that team is no longer, I shouldn't say in existence, all the franchises are still in existence. But that was me starting in the UB, and getting into brackets. And back in the day, brackets were maybe like 2, 3 brackets per every tour stop, and then all of a sudden that started to get going.
Oh wow.
And I was one of the first people. It was the first two runners was myself in Jersey, and then Mailman over in New York. And then it started snowballing and moving and growing. And eventually, and this is why I know you wanted me to chime in, during the Super Bowl of 2013, during that weekend, and
Hold on one
okay,
second. Before we get that far, I
okay,
gotta ask you because you were one of the
yes,
early members of the UBA.
yes, sir.
I seen the YouTube of the of the 2 megapixel cameras they were using on you. I seen it on YouTube, and I love the action. And it actually when I saw, oh my gosh, what's the radio personality Ed Lover
Ed Lover.
had it. Talk about them early days of UBA because that is what attracted me when I looked up the UBA. That early grit, grind, trash talk, it just seemed like you couldn't even hear yourself think in those buildings. Describe what those tour stops were like.
Before I even get to the tour stops, the one thing that nobody knows about, but they will now, is that Ed Lover and I were in the same Tuesday night league at Boulder City.
Mm,
So we went back and forth at it and jabbing back and forth. Forget the UBA. It was my team against his team, with him and Kurt Flirt and Dwight Nut Flowers were on their side of it, and there was me, a couple of other people on my side, and we just went back and forth. So like, and the Tuesday night leagues were in halves. So you like the first half, second half, and then playoffs.
mm.
So one year we beat them the first half, we lost them the second half, but we beat them in the Royals to win the title. And then the next year after that, it was the exact reverse. They won the first half, we won the second half, and then they beat us in there. But we were just yapping back and forth,
Man, I did not know
just
that
like,
he was an actual bowler. I thought the
oh no, he
UBA
was a
was.
bowler. He bowled.
Oh wow, that is Ed Lover was a bowler. That.
He bowled, and the another thing is that I have a musical background. My dad used to own a nightclub in the city
Mm,
back in the day. So anytime we went up against Ed Lover's team, there was always a little special thing added because we knew each other outside of the alley. And like I knew Kurt Flirt outside of the alley. So it was fun, and then just yapping back and forth. It was, for me, it was like a natural procession to join the UBA. So the first UBA match that I ever went to, it was in Garden Palace. That city, that bowling alley is no longer there. The city is still there in Clifton, and it was us against Wrecking Crew,
right.
and with Ed Zemak and that group. So we got slaughtered by them the first match. But the one thing that I absolutely, well, I'm is calling a spade here.
Right.
I'm not going to say, yeah, we did so. No, we didn't. We got our asses handed to us. But the one thing that I loved was everybody was chatting each other from lane to lane to lane. They were talking smoke, and they were talking smack, but they also were talking to each other about this is how you go in the lanes. And when I saw that, two things. I'm like, one, love this environment, got to do it. And two, it wasn't just about talking trash. It was about communicating with yourselves and with everybody else. So there was a new aspect of the game that we didn't see before. And it's not league play because, again, you have 9 bowlers across 3 pairs. It's chatting and going back and forth. And yeah, talking trash to the other team, but also trying to figure out within yourselves, okay, how do we do this? How do we make this? How do we adjust? And the
Right.
good teams in the UBA know how to do this. And when we got good to where we were destroying teams, including Fish Grease Militia that Doug Haran was on, that we beat by 640 pins, 36 to 4.
Damn.
Excuse me.
640 pins.
hmm Hi, Doug. Love you. Um, but at that point, that's when we got good. It was everybody chatting with each other in terms of, okay, how do you play the lanes, how do you do this, how do you do that. And in the UBA, it doesn't matter how skilled you are in terms of your average, you need that communication to thrive. And that is what separates the big boys from the,
Mm,
okay, we're really good and we're bowling there, but we're in mid pack or
individual
there. And
grade, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I said it was more individual than team.
Exactly. And
He dropping gems, y'all. I hope y'all paying attention. He dropping gems.
And it's one of those, and I've told teams this. I'm like, you can have really good lineups and really good orders. If you're in your own little world, you're going to get smoked because the other teams know what they're doing and they're putting up lineups where people can communicate with each other. And when we were good, we had all and the Good Brothers when we were making those playoff runs and getting to the Sweet 16 a couple of times. It was all about communication, making sure everybody knew what they were doing. I mean, we were a team to be feared back then, which was fun.
Now, we were getting into the South.
Yes.
So, when did the South come into play?
All right. So I actually have my notes here, as I told you I was going to
Yeah.
bring out the notes. So we'll play a little trivia right now.
Okay, okay.
So I came down, and my first time down there in the area was Super Bowl weekend 2013. So that was a little bit. Oh, I feel old now. 12 years ago.
Hold
A
on, let
little
me
more
try
than
to
12
let me
years
try to
ago.
see if I remember the Super Bowl. 2013.
And I'll tell you exactly why I remember that.
Dang, I'm trying to remember the year. 2013. Why do I want to say Green Bay? Go
Well,
ahead.
I'll
Okay.
put it to you this way. Let me ask you this question: Where was the game being played?
Oh, where? Now that I don't know. Um, 2013 was probably either. What year was
By
Katrina?
the way, not Green Bay.
What year was Katrina?
I don't know. I think it was after because it was in the Louisiana Superdome when.
That's why I was asking when was Katrina, because I knew it was. I said it's either gonna be in New Orleans or Miami, one of the two.
No, it was in New Orleans, and the reason why I remember that was that was when they had the 30-minute blackout, and I was driving on Sunday back from North Carolina, and obviously that's a full day trip for me. It's like a nice 11-hour drive, and I was able to get to the second half of the game because of the blackout. I was able to get to my friend's house
Oh
for a
wow.
party, so that's how I remember it there. It was nuts, but nuts in a good way. They had tailgating. There was a barbecue. And one of the people that sort of dominated the whole thing, it wasn't the Battle of North Carolina, or maybe it was. Maybe it was the first one of those. But the
Whoa, what was
person.
that? Battle of North Carolina?
Mhm. That was sort of like their prep event. This was before the 2013-14 season was the first one where North Carolina showed up
Okay.
in terms of playing. And you and I will go back and forth in terms of teams. I want to test your knowledge
Okay.
of the UBA in the Southeast. Dun dun dun. And if anybody else wants to chime in, they can. But it was nuts in a fun way. We had a little mini golf invitational. The loser of that got powdered, which I have video of. There were people sleeping on the bracket table, which there were. The alcohol
Sleeping
was
on the
flowing.
bracket table. Wow.
Yes, I was running a bracket table. There was two sides. The first side, I was putting out the brackets and the paperwork, and then the other side, there were people sleeping on the table.
That is
I
hilarious.
will not mention. I will not mention names.
That is hilarious. So
I,
was the
I will.
tournament that
I will.
long?
I will say this: there was one person there from the north, and they shared space with one person from the south,
And was it
and
was
they were
it
both
just that
sleeping on the
long of a
table.
day that they were sleeping, or?
Oh, it was a combination of. And again, I'm not going to mention names or things, but this person had a very bad weekend. And they just got drunk right in the middle of the afternoon, and they just said, "Gordon, I'm sleeping on the table." I said, "Okay, fine." So they slept on the table, and I wound up putting the bracket sheets over them.
That sounds like something Leonard would do.
It was not. I'm not going to drag Leonard under the table. It was not Leonard Freeman. I will tell you that for absolute fact. It was not him, but that was also coined UBA baby, meaning that definition is a child is conceived during a UBA event.
Whoa, what?
And I will tell you for a fact there was at least 2 or 3 UBA babies that were conceived during that weekend. I will not mention names.
Dang. So hold on. So let me make sure I'm understanding. So somebody gave birth.
No, they had the no. There was
Oh, I'm
shall we
about.
say a little horizontal mambo
Whoa. Wait a minute.
during that event, which led it to somebody being pregnant, which led it to a UBA child being born.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
again, not mentioning names.
Yeah. That's. This is why I say the UBA/bowling needs a reality show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it does. It really does.
That is crazy. That
It really does. But it's again UBA. It's one of the reasons why we talk about hey, it's more than just it's more than just bowling. It's a culture. It's life. There's all these
yes.
other things.
It's a
So are
podcast.
you? I'm sorry.
I say it's a podcast.
It's a podcast. All right. So this will be fun. The first year of the North Carolina district was in 2013 and 2014.
Mm.
There were 8 teams that were involved in the first season. How many of them can you name?
Okay. Goat.
And I have the list right here. Goat is one of them. Bing.
Let me see. First teams. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I am referring to many conversations and questions I've actually had with Leonard Freeman to pull this answer. I know Goat was
Pull
one
the
of them.
information out of your fanny. Goat was definitely one.
Um, I got
If I'm
one.
nice, I'll give you. If I feel like I want to be nice, I'll give hints.
I'm not gonna lie. I only know.
Obviously, if you guys
I know two of
obviously,
them.
if you guys on the side want to comment and make guesses, I'll be more than happy to say yep or
Yeah,
nope.
Leonard's in the chat. Come on, Leonard, help me out. I got another team, but I just cannot think of their name.
There are a couple of teams that are still that were there that were still very much there, and then there's others that aren't.
Hold on? Let me look at something.
No cheating.
Now I'm looking at the names. Leonard, what was the 8 original teams in the Southeast? We got Goat. We got. I don't think it was Hitman.
Nope, not Hitman.
Um,
Now there are 2 of them immediately that should be thinking. Well, those 2 had a beef against each other. So those 2 automatically should have gone in there, and ironically enough, neither of them are in a. Let me say it again. Neither of them are on the tour stop schedule this year, but they are 2 of the classics.
I can't even think of. Like I said, I will only know 2 teams. I know Goat is one, but I cannot think of the other team. Okay, so who?
Okay, so the 2 teams that had the first match against each other, quote unquote, were the Kingpins and Rage.
No, I wasn't thinking of them. Kingpin. I didn't know Kingpin was around that long.
Kingpins was they were the first team.
Wow, did I know?
Very first team, Charles McCormick, and then the second team was Rage.
Rage. And then okay, so who was the other?
All right, you want the other ones?
Yeah.
So some of these you know, some of them you don't. I'll give you some of the ones that you probably should know. They'd be like, dang, Rolling Rebels.
Okay. I did not know that.
Yep. Disciples.
Was it the Disciples? I think it was the Disciples I was thinking of. I couldn't think of their name. I think.
Okay. Malice.
Nope, wouldn't have thought Malice.
Okay, and the other ones have I'm not sure if you know them or not. All American Legends.
Nope, never heard of them.
TNT.
TNT, I did hear TNT.
All right, and let's see: Kingpins, Rage, Rolling Rebels, Goat, TNT, All American Legends, Disciples, and Malice. So those were your 8.
Those was the 8 that started the Southeast.
Started in North Carolina District.
So it was literally called the North Carolina District.
That's what it was called, North Carolina District.
Uh,
That was the first year, and then it spread like wildfire after that. I believe the next year you're North Carolina North and South, and then it went from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8.
mm. And now we have Georgia,
Yep.
Texas. Yeah, that the way it's growing like wildfire.
Oh, which is great. Now keep in mind this also, which I meant to go back to. The person that sort of won everything back then is someone that still bowls, and he's currently on High Octane, and he's bowled with them for the regular season on High Octane. Now, I know High Octane is not in the Deep South. However, if I mention the name David Autry, or sometimes he goes by the name Time Audrey, Tyme,
No, I don't.
he was the.
I haven't heard that name before. I don't think.
If you're on High Octane, or if you're in the Sandhills, you know exactly who he is. He was a person that came out with most of the money that first event.
Mm.
The event that I was first at. I'm sure that there are other events also. That wasn't just the only one, but that was the first ones. That was there because we did that event before the North Carolina District happened.
Now, were you doing the call outs and stuff then?
I was. Was I behind the mic? Yes, sir.
Okay, so how did you
That
start?
was when I had hair.
How did you
I
start?
still
that?
have hair, but not as much of it. Yeah.
How did you start doing that? How did that come about?
So once upon a time, we had something called the Lineal, which was run by somebody else, and then that person left. And again, one of the things I'll drop the knowledge right now. The best way to get into something that you want to work on is you do stuff that no one else wants to do. So when this person left, no one wanted to do it. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's dead. We'll leave it alone. We'll kill it. WCS is dead. Blah 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 blah." And I turned around and I said, "I want the job."
For
And
the
they're like, what are you
WCS
talking
and
about?
that, or just the comment?
Well, it was the Lineal which I converted into the WCS, which is the World Championship Series. Back then, it was called the WCS, but it was called the Lineal
Okay.
at that point. So then I came in and I started working on it. And then when you're doing that, I'm like, well, if we're going to do this, I want to promote, I want to do this, that, and the other thing. So they said, okay, sure. So that moved on to that, moved on to that. So again, another thing that I tell people all the time, if you want to work in the UBA and you really want to get started, start doing things and filling in roles that other people either aren't doing or don't want to do. Don't try to replace somebody. Try to create your own niche.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Like
now, let me ask you this because
like what you're doing right now. Wait, before I'm going to interrupt
Mhm.
you. Like what you're doing right now. You know, podcast was something that I know that we want to do and we want to do more of. So you being able to go in and say, "Hey, I want to do a podcast." That's great. You know, and eventually, you know, I'm going to sit down. And I'm going to be like, "Okay, this is how you can improve your podcast. Do this, that, and the other thing." And then, you know, because from a talent perspective, you're really good. Now it's just a matter of, okay, how do we get the technical aspect? It's much easier to learn the technical aspect than it is
appreciate
on
that.
anything else. Yeah, but I speak truth. I'm not gonna blow smoke up your butt. I don't have enough time of the hours in the day to blow smoke up people's butts
So
because we're not even talking about the other stuff that I'm working on yet.
and we're going to get to that, but
Mhm.
we're going to go in order. So you mentioned and I didn't know this. So you're responsible for recrafting the WCS.
I don't want to say recrafting, even though that is how you say it. But I was the person that started coming in with the okay. Here's how we're going to do this.
Mm.
Here's how this is now going to work. Here's how we're going to streamline it. And the important thing with this and with streamlining it is here's how we're going to make things crystal clear. So this is how you know when you're going to have a match, when you're not going to have a match, all these other things. So like here's how you create structure and rules. So I was one of the people that started it, and then when Ray came on board, he was part of it and he helped. And then when Sagira came on board, she was part of it and she helped. I mean, the three of us work really well. And a huge shout out to Ray, by the way, to Ray
Shout out
Gillespie.
to Ray.
Ray is fantastic. Sagira is fantastic also. And a lot of people don't realize the countless number of hours that everybody from a UBS standpoint puts together
Yes.
and does all this work that they do. And it is, I think some people overlook that, may not appreciate the stuff that's done, but we spend a lot of time on this. And
And that I do know, and
I
y'all are to be
absolutely
applauded for
appreciate
that.
them.
Yes, y'all are to be applauded for that. That is very, very huge because I know even from the time that I've been in the UBA, I see the growth. And I even tell the people who coming in like, yo, it is a slow process, but it's a working process that you can at least see progress with the process. Um, but and I want to so with the WCS and like you said, big shout outs to Ray um, for what he's able to done. How do you feel now with the growth of the WCS, especially here down in the South?
I think it's fantastic. I know that we have plans on it, which I'm not sure I can talk about, so I am not going to. But I know there's plans that are being made. I think the growth is fantastic. I think it's part of the reason why we're working on some of the stuff that we're working on is that, and again, I'm going to use my words real carefully here. I see the UBA because part of it or most of it is I don't want to say this and sort of say what we're working on and give hints like that because everybody's going to be like, "What the heck?" I feel that the UBA in itself is first of all, it's a fantastic entity, and second of all, it's one we don't do anything without you, the bowlers. So part of the game plan on doing WCS or anything else is how do you make money in the WCS? Well, you put in $25 if you're singles, and you do this and that and the other thing, and then if you win enough matches, 1 out of 6 gets paid out.
Right.
So when it came to some of the stuff that we're working on, my first question was how do we add value to the WCS? How is it now set up that there's other ways for you to make money besides bowling and winning? And that is how, and you spoke about this before, the whole karate combat experience showed up.
Mhm.
And that is how the whole upgaming thing showed up. And I'm going to explain that and how that connects to the NFTs because
Yes,
you were
because
talking about that now.
that is one of my questions about the karate combat.
So, once upon a time, this was not last year, but the year before. In September, I was approached by a couple of companies that saw the UBA and they're like, well, we can work on this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, okay. So I got into a partnership with a company called Inara and Glenn McCready. Shout out to him. And he does a lot of work in the internet sector. And that's one of the things that I was asking about is, well, how can we get value for the UBA? So we saw Karate Combat and Upgaming. So what that is that it is a platform where you can bet on UBA bowlers to do well. We're going to have our own skin on this. Oh, I see the eyeballs over here.
But
April
hold on, hold on,
19th.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't think y'all just heard what he just said. We
The
are
word
approaching a
is
system where you can
bets.
actually bet on the UBA matches.
Hmm.
Am I hearing that correctly?
Ignore the person behind me right now.
Okay.
So
Me too. Somebody
he
walk
he's in
behind
room.
me. Let me know because I'm out this motherfucker.
Yeah, well, if
But
someone walks behind you since you're behind the corner, I would be really impressed with
yeah.
that. So, um, so anyway, so we work with Upgaming Mobile, and if you want to check them out, it's karate.com, which goes into karate combat and upgaming. So we did a demo for them on April 19th. And here's how it works. And then I'll explain how this works with the Upgaming Mobile system. If you sign up, you get a certain amount of coins and you get a certain amount of H bar. Those are currency in the crypto world. And then at that point you can bet on teams or bowlers that are there that are going to be highlighted. So when we
Mhm.
did a sample demo on April 19th, we had the tour stop Northeast New Jersey, so we had all the matches, and then we also had a couple of title matches. That way, there, Doug Haran was defending, the Arsenal was defending their tag titles, and Cheryl Mitchell was defending against Eric Sadler.
Hmm.
So what people did was that they bet on the matches. If you bet and you win, then you win a share of what is in the pot based on the number of coins that were bet. If you lose, you don't lose anything. You keep your coins.
Okay, so you don't really lose. Okay, can't
You
argue
don't
with
lose
that.
anything. Now, how that works is that a piece of the pool goes to a percentage of that goes to the players. So,
Mm.
in other words, whether you win or you lose, you will get a piece of that. So, eventually, come the next pay period or whatever, then we're going to be allotting that because, again, we had that match on April 19th. So, the people that competed there will get something.
That's not
So,
bad at all.
so we had, and again, it's based on the number of voters. So it's going to be, there's going to be an amount that's different for each match based on, A, how many people voted, and B, whether they won or lost.
Mm.
So there were over 3,000 individual votes from people that were not even in the UBA.
I know something about that.
So you may have been one of them, but
No, I'm
but
talking about. I don't know if you saw the little scandal when we did the broadcast.
oh, okay. No, but the point is this: because of the thousands of people that voted, that translates into money that's going to go in. And again, that depends on who voted, how many people voted on what match.
So what? So let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So karate, I go on
Mhm.
karate.com,
Yep.
and let's just say I know nothing about bowling, and I pull up. Oh,
Okay.
I see this is a UBA bowling thing. I
Yep.
vote just on, and first of all, I acquire coins, which is like the
Yes.
currency.
By signing up, you get a specific number of coins. Correct.
Oh, so they so it's almost like you go into a casino. When you first go to a casino, they give you $25. So something similar like that.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Except you're not paying $25 in this case. You're getting the $25 worth of coins for free.
right, right,
Or
right,
if you sign up for a card, it's like the exact same thing.
right,
Correct.
right, right, right. So then you go and you vote on who you think who's gonna win.
Correct.
And if you win, if the person you vote for or team you vote for wins, you get more coins.
Yes, you get X amount of coins based on the number of votes and a couple of outside parameters that are there that are in the system.
That
And
is
if you lose, you still keep your coins.
so. There's no point spread.
Well, there is a point spread and a coin spread. You just don't. If you lose, you keep your coins. If you win, you get more coins.
No, I mean like a parlay. There's no point spread for the matches or anything yet.
Those are doable, but not yet. Correct.
That is gonna be dope.
So what's going to wind up happening is we're going to be getting our own software. We are hoping that we get it within the next couple of months and we can activate it by either Battle Bowl or September.
This is
And
gonna
then
be crazy.
and then obviously at that point, come September, at that point, we're gonna hopefully have these matches on a weekly basis that you can vote.
This is going to be crazy. I am. That is. This is wow. This is wow. That is going to be fun. That is going to be exciting.
Well, that's not even the. I mean, yes, that is going to be exciting on that. So, but now let's go over to the NFTs.
Okay, so how is the NFTs tied into this, or is this a separate entity? And how do
Uh,
we how and also I would like to three-part question.
yes.
How did the NFTs come about? Like the idea and everything.
All right. So, based on the success of what happened with Karate Combat, because again, you had thousands of votes. So, it basically, if you had over 3,000 people that voted, and there was 9 matches, you had tens of thousands of votes. So that got the attention of Kabila Market, which is a
Mm-hmm.
marketplace, and that got the attention of a marketing company called Impart. And so what they wanted to do is to do something that's never been done before. And anybody that knows anything about me, I love to take chances. I love to try new stuff. If there's something new that comes out, I'm like, okay, sure, let's try it. This could be fun. So what's going to wind up happening here is that we chatted with them and they basically said, "Hey, we have this idea. We know that you like to do games, And what we're going to do right now is create some sort of gaming aspect. So I said, okay, that sounds really cool. How are we going to do this? Okay,
That
let's
is
create
awesome.
NFTs. So, well, it gets a little better because NFT is a thing. Now, what is an NFT? An NFT is a non fungible token.
Hmm.
If you look at the world of like baseball cards and stamps and that, those are collector's items. If you go into what this generation is, you see if you go into the marketplace, NFTs are artwork. They're all sorts of stuff
Right.
that's there. I know that you know a little bit about it. But one of the things that has never been done with an NFT is created a game out of it. Obviously, who would think of that? Me. Durr. So what the NFTs are is they serve a number of purposes. Purpose number one is obviously, hey, you get a JPEG. Eventually, you'll get a playing card. That looks great. It looks like you. We've sent out the JPEGs already to people that have bought, and we're already in triple digits in terms of sales, which
Mhm.
is cool because when we put that out originally, everybody was like, "Oh, it's not gonna work. What's that?" Blah 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 blah. And it's frustrating when you have people that are supposed to be part of your own organization that say, "Well, it's not going to work. It's there," and it's part of it's like, "Well, why don't you just friggin' listen and understand what this whole thing is?"
Yeah, and that's important because I didn't know because at first I just thought they were just like collector's items,
Well,
not the
that's part
NFTs,
of it,
but I'm just talking
right?
about what the UBA was doing with them. I thought it was just like pretty cool collector's item, but to make a game out of it, almost like a Pokemon cards or Yu-Gi-Oh card type game, that is dope.
Well, I was going to say the collector's card is part of it. That's not all of it. So
Mhm.
again, if you buy a pack to support the UBA, you'll at least get a JPEG of your choice of any person that you want. But
Which most
here's where
people
the
are
fun
choosing
part.
themselves, or do
Well,
this.
most people, a lot of people are choosing themselves. There also is a bunch of people, which is again how we're getting into trip digits or how we've got into trip digits. There are people that don't have their own card that are buying because they want a JPEG of their friend. They want to see, that going in, and they also want to play them. Here's where the fun part comes in. This is yes, you're getting the JPEG. However, you are also getting playing pieces. So come Sunday, if you buy your pack, you open it up, you see the pieces that you have. There will be a bowling game that will be coming out in fourth quarter. It's currently being done and developed by Import and 42 Robots and Karate Combat. So what's going to happen is this: there is a bowling game. The stats done on the cards now come into play, and then these are now pieces. So you're playing 3 against 3 because that's the UBA way. There's going to be all sorts of different formats, but let's just stay with the basics right now. Three against three. You're
Hmm.
putting up your 3 cards. The other people are throwing up their 3 cards. There will be a bowling simulation. Whoever wins wins. In addition to that, if it happens to come during a UBA match, then you get bonuses based on the people that you're playing in the type of event. So now you can play them 3 on 3, you can play them in a tournament mode, you can play them in an event mode. For argument's sake, you can have an Unholy Alliance contest where now if the pieces that you have that are playing are also bowling in the Unholy Alliance, now you get bonuses and bonus coins and bonus all sorts of stuff.
So if these people are bowling, like you said, in a UBA event, and you have those 3 cards, their actual scores will go into play with the game.
Correct.
Wow, that is a great. That is going to be interesting. And I think a lot of people who saying it doesn't work, I kind of figured the curiosity of people alone will help make this thing sell. Um, I don't. I'm pretty sure that they did research. Now, Paige has a question that I don't quite understand. Maybe you do. She asks, "What is the percentage of non-card represented buyers versus card represented buyers?"
I would say right now, Paige, that's a great question.
And she
And
said,
it's
"And what is the forecast participation?" You could tell. You could tell Paige. Paige got a big paying job because she asked this question.
well, I'm going to answer the second question first
Okay, which is
because
what is the
there's a
forecast participation?
uh well my first of all, this is something that hasn't been done anywhere. So you don't know what the forecast of participation is going to be because you don't know this. Now, in addition to that, going into, and I'm going to get to Paige Nelson's question, or both questions. In addition to that, because it's on Up Gaming, You can bet against each other with points and with cards. And the UBA, no offense to anybody, but we love to gamble. We
Yeah.
love to gamble. We love to play games. So now all of a sudden, bet on yourself is a whole completely different meaning.
Hmm.
Especially now, if you have, like, let's just say now you have a trio cap with 70 trio cap. So now you can put any three bowlers that you want, except actually 70 is a little bit too low. Let's go 80. Actually, no, let's go 90. So you can have that, except you cannot have you can't go over the 90 cap. Now you got to figure out what bowlers you have, and now all of a sudden those bowlers with the 25 ranking are vital because the only way you're going to stick in a 40 or 45 bowlers if you have 220 bowlers or 25 bowlers with them.
So the game
So all
basically
cards have
encourages
value.
you.
I'm
So
sorry.
the game basically encourages you to buy more cards.
Well, the game basically encourages you to get the right packs together and to figure out exactly, okay, what do you want to do? Now, the other fun thing about this is that when you open the cards, you can sell them on market, you can trade, you can do what you need to do, you can earn bonus cards if you win specific matches and events. And that's what the gameplay is going to be about. It's going to be about, just like any app. Yeah, you can buy stuff. There's also going to be opportunities for you to get free stuff that's there without having to pay for it. I don't want a model that's a P2P, which is pay to play. I want a model where, yeah, you go in the game, you're going to get your 10, but then based on that, you can use that to collect more cards and add to your collection as well, and to build up your stats.
Okay.
Either way. So to answer your question, Paige, what is the forecasted participation?
We're creating
This
it
is a,
basically.
well, yes and no. We're creating a but, and a big but here. June 2nd is not, I'm sorry, June 1st is not only a sales date for us, it is a sales date for everybody in the Web3 world. So, based on the demand of what Impart wants, 300 of those 1,000 cards, 300 of them are going to be sold over to the Hedera population. So
What is
those
that?
are going to be
The Hedera
the
population.
the Hedera population is a bunch of people within Web3 that have enough interest in the UBA that they want to buy cards.
Okay, okay. And these are the people that voted when we was on the Karate Combat.
Correct.
Because it
So
already showing interest by showing from the Karate Combat that they did, it's already showing interest for non UBA bowlers.
correct.
Got you, got you.
Paige is already asking questions. I didn't even complete the ones that she had. I'll get to that. Let me answer the first one you got.
I'm sorry, Paige. I'm
So,
interrupting him.
so on Sunday, to answer your question, the forecasted participation is going to depend on what's going on in terms of the sales from that. If the sales go quickly and they sell out, that will answer your question in terms of people that want to buy and want to continue to buy stuff in terms of the cards. And that will also answer the question of non-card represented buyers versus card represented buyers. I will say this right now, currently, it is around 60% people that want to see themselves in the cards and 40% people that want to get cards for their friends or doing references or stuff like that. So that's around approximately, so it's close to 50-50. It's a little bit higher than that. Okay, so to answer that question, what makes us
Begging.
potentially profitable? A lot. Now, the one thing that you need to realize in terms of the NFTs and about Web3 in general is that there's something called an NIL, name, image, likeness deal. For getting on the card, uh, there will be some sort of movement. Obviously, some of the money that is purchased goes directly to the UBA people and the bowlers. In addition to that, because of what the cards are, you can buy them, sell them, trade them, do whatever you want. All those cards are going to go on Kabila Market. That's one of the reasons why we partner with Kabila. So if there's any sort of trade, any sorts of functionality with that, and let's just say people turn around and go, ooh, I got a Douglas Horan card, I'm going to sell it. I'm not going to trade it, I'm going to sell it. And I'm going to sell it for 500 H bar, like $100. If that gets sold, people use H bar as their currency. So if that gets sold for a certain amount of H bar, a percentage of that goes to the bowlers. So basically, once this goes out and once the game comes out, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of play at the beginning. Once the game comes out, and all of a sudden, when your cards are being used, then you're going to see more stuff coming in your direction. Again, how much? I have no idea. This is the first time anybody has done anything like this.
So what you're saying is, and then make sure I'm understanding correctly. When someone gets Dougie's card
Yes.
and they sell it, Dougie
Hmm.
will also get a percentage.
Yeah, that is correct.
Wow.
So if I get a Montreal card and I trade it with a Gordon Pepper card, and that gets traded across, and there's H bars that's used to create the trade, you get a piece of the trade, and I get a piece of the trade because those are the two cards that are being active and moving.
Wow.
How do I turn H bar into dollars? There is a Web3 conversion chart. H bar is one of the currencies that are currently being bought and sold over at all sorts of conversions. So that's very simple. So you can convert. You can take any H bar that you have and convert it into money, and then conversely, you can take dollars and convert that to H bar. And they do that on Cabal Market.
Mm. So there's a conversion. Yeah,
Always. It's just sort of like, in foreign currency trading rupees into dollars or pesos into dollars or whatever. This is the exact same concept, except it's for Web3 global.
yeah, that is. Yeah, this is. I mean,
I
if
was going to say, Doug, you can Google it and it should give you the standard rate. Now, the other thing is this, which is interesting, because of the market the way that it is, crypto will go up or down at any given standpoint. Now, I threw $20 into a crypto account. I'm not gambling my whole life savings on crypto. I threw $20 in there just so I can say, okay, here's what's going up and down and up and down. I'm still up in terms of my investment. I'm at like $25 in terms of that. And sometimes it goes up and sometimes it goes down.
Paige asks, what is the break-even point? How many cars needed to be sold to cover costs before the NFTs are profitable? Paige, I should have had you
That
doing
is
this
a
interview.
fan.
These are some great questions, Paige.
Great questions. Okay, so let me start by saying this. From the UBA standpoint, zero. The UBA invested no money into this whatsoever. They came over to us. So there
First of
is
all,
so
that's dope. That's dope on its
so,
own for a
so oh,
company to
and let me
see
let's let me reiterate this. Both this and Karate Combat is zero cost to the UBA.
that. I don't think people understand how huge that is for a
Paige has
company of
got
this
Paige has got White Claw
magnitude.
on time. We have time too. By the way, I love Paige. Shout out to Paige Nelson. I
Shout
heart
out
her.
to Paige. We love you,
Uh, and
Paige.
and no, these are great questions. So there has been the UBA has spent absolutely. Because I know people are going to say this too. Well, how much of that's going to. So to answer the question, in terms of what we did for Karate Combat, since we were day one developer with them, and since we agreed to jump on board, it cost us absolutely nothing. The only thing that we need to do is once the software is ready, we convert it over into something that's there, and that's obviously will be something that we really want to do. So that there's no hesitation from us on that because it's just a win-win. In terms of Impart and the NFT collection, we got into an agreement with them. It also cost us nothing. The only way that it would have cost us anything is if we turned around and said we're not going to do the collection. Obviously, we've already done the collection, so that part's there. So to answer that, it's nothing. In order for them to um, So in order for them to answer, Paige, let me answer the other question. To, in order for a break-even point, 300 cards need to be sold, and
I'm pretty sure y'all got that already.
I will say this: we are close. By the time Sunday rolls around, and that will be, and the card amount will the public will have access to it. Because keep in mind that right now it's still UBA only in terms of that link, and people are buying it. So by the time it's open to the public, um,
And people need to
without me
understand
really
it's
without me
UBA only
being really
first,
obnoxious, they'll be over 300 sold. So
and
it will be over break even.
and it's over. It's UBA first to give us the opportunity to buy first.
Correct.
Yeah, This. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me hold on one quick second, y'all. Let me
Yeah,
see.
Doug wants a Hennessy instead of the White Claw.
Cause this is. I ain't gonna lie to you. Right now, y'all, I'm about to go buy mine.
So I'll answer some of the page's questions. The costs have to be attributed to someone who's paying. That is a couple of organizations at this point that are attributing it to it, but they think based on the fact of what the UBA is and based on all the stuff that we can do and have the potential of doing, they believe it's a wise investment. And based on the numbers and based on what we're seeing so far in terms of the sales, it's a very wise investment.
And this is the answer to her royalty question.
Yeah. Well, and since the UBA is not paying costs, which is true, what is the royalty percentage received by the UBA for this particular deal? I'm not going to answer that question because that is something that I don't have the answer to in terms of the numbers and stuff like that. Nor am I going to divulge any other financial information in terms of that stuff. But I don't have the answer to it anyway. I will say this: if it does sell out, the money that is made off of it's going to go to a second set.
Second set of cards.
Yeah. I mean, my goal is to. It's great that we have 200 people that are going in. My goal is to have 11,000 UBA members, which is what the UBA has, by the way, is over 11,000 members. My goal is to get every single UBA person, if they want one, their own card, and
So
so they can
I
play,
just
and so they
purchased
can make some
mine.
money on it. All right,
So I just purchased
there
mine.
it is. Okay, once I get that verified and get the JPEG sent over, once I get the JPEG, I will send it over to you.
See, yeah, I'm sold. I love this idea. I love the idea of being because to me, what I'm hearing is UBA is giving us the first round of action before it goes public, uh,
Correct.
and we have the option. We pretty much have the opportunity to be the shareholders before it gets public.
You have the option to not only control your own fate in terms of this, you have the option to again being able to and I say this, it comes as a no-brainer. The more people buy it from the UBA standpoint, the greater it takes notice into other people because again, this is a tip of the iceberg in terms of what we're working on right now. There
Wow.
is so many things that we can do in Web3 and global. And the fact of the matter is that just showing an NFT that has utility, which is what this is, and it's one of the first ones that are there, because now what you're talking about is this is just the first 200. We're not even talking about advertisers. We're not even talking about sponsorships. Oh, by the way, I've got a couple meetings on that next week. We're not even talking about all the other stuff that is going on that we're dealing with in terms of what is potential in this space.
Right. Well, I also do.
I'm waiting for the next question from Paige, by the way, because I think I answered everything that she had.
I also do voiceover work. So if we get into video games and stuff, Gordon, you know.
Well, one of the great things about NFTs is that they have video and audio capability.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I told you I got an audio engineering degree. I got a
I
full
mean, one of the cards. Well, and let me explain something else here, and it's great. I love the fact that you have the full studio because I can definitely tell you have that over there. So now imagine a card, an NFT card that you have it on the front end, and then when you flip it around, it is a video of, and I'll use Doug Haran since he's here, a video of Doug Haran winning the title, or a video of Doug Haran sponsoring something.
So will it
That's there, like a video of Paige Nelson advertising White Claw,
would,
sponsored by White Claw.
would they be able to preview that before buying to say, let's say if I want to sell the card?
What I have found, and the answer is a quick no, because what I have found is if I send you the card, I send you the JPEG. Now all of a sudden you have the JPEG,
Hmm.
so you don't have to buy it now because you have it.
Well, no. Well,
So my
I guess let me hold on. Let me rephrase that because that's like So I'm talking as a non bowler, non UBA
Hmm.
member, and I'm looking at these cards and I'm trying to see who the best one is.
Hmm.
And I pull up, like you said, I look at it, I'm like, Dougie. And then it shows me a video of him winning the title. I'm like, okay, he's a good one. Or, you know what I'm saying? Something like that.
Well, part of the catch on this, if you buy, and we'll go to Pokemon, we'll use the Pokemon example. So let's just say that you have Pokemon, and Pokemon are, you have a power of 2,500, and all of a
Right.
sudden you have the little 500 combat power tournament, and
Hmm.
it's like, oh, wait a second, I need a 500 or less power Pokemon, or else I can't play.
Okay, okay,
This
okay.
is going to be set it up. This is going to be set up in such a way so that every bowler is useful in their own aspect. If you pair certain bowlers up with other bowlers, they become useful. How? That's up for you to figure out. I'm not going to tell you everything. You got to
I
figure it
got
out.
you. I got you. So the trading cards, and because I'm in the trading mind now, trading and
Yes.
buying. So
Hmm.
if I'm trading and buying, I'm and maybe this should be private because this will be my strategy. I'm looking to what I can pair up with what I already have. Am I understanding that kind of correctly?
Hold on one second. Wait. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
All right.
that was an epic fail. But
Yeah.
but but
Uh,
but it's hey, it's a late night show. Hey, Gordon
it's,
goes
it's a
wild.
very late night show.
So am I?
Mm.
But did I explain that correctly? So like I'll be looking more to pair with what I have to match up against the format that I'm going against.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
So if I'm in the mindset of trading and buying cards, I'm going to be picking the cards that I want to buy or trade to match up with what I already have.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want
Now, part of that is to figure out, okay, how does that work?
right, and it depends on the format that you're playing in.
Hmm.
Okay, so I'm following you. I'm smelling what the Rockets cooking.
So, so yeah, I mean, so there's basically you have different styles, you have different trios, you have different sets.
Got you. Because I'm not gonna lie to you. When somebody told me to ask you about karate combat, I thought you actually did karate.
No. Okay. Da, 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 da. So if you know the power combinations, does that make you ineligible to participate? What?
Oh, he talking about you.
He's talking to me. Well, I consider myself, if I'm going to participate in this, a massive conflict of interest. So whereas there will be Gordon Pepper cards in the set, I don't think I can play in terms of that. So yes, I would not be a player, but if you want to play my cards, that would not be an issue.
Got you. Now, would you be an advisor?
I could. Oh, here we go.
All right, here. She said the first
Paige, you're
151
absolutely
of
correct.
Pokemon had what is it? Sec.
Scarcity on its side until they continue with generation after generation. No, you're correct. That's absolutely right. So hold on one second. I think now people are going to go through. So now I may have to do this.
Okay. Now, can you still hear us?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm good. I'm
Okay.
just
Now, Amanda
I'm
has
I'm,
a
I'm
great
feeling now
question.
with the people running around the house and the fact that people don't feel like they want to have clothes on in terms of walking behind the computer.
Hey, it's a late night show. You know.
It's a late night show until it gets on the air the next morning.
So Amanda has a great question. She said, "Can you get duplicates in packs?"
Can you get them? We're going to try not to, but on one aspect, but on the other aspect, that could be a positive thing depending on what it is. Because again, you can trade them. So now all of a sudden, let's just say that someone wants a Paige Nelson card, and all of a sudden I got two of them. So now all of a sudden I got one for me that I can use. Who wants this one? How much are you going to pay for it? So
Okay.
that is a great question. So there's ups and downs on that. Now, let's put it this way. Doug Haran is a legendary card. Yeah, I'm going to use him. He's watching. Doug Haran is a legendary card. Now all of a sudden the eyeballs dropped up. Wait, there's naked people on Gordon's feed. Let's show up now. Um, let's just say that you have a duplicate on Doug Haran card, and you are lucky enough to get both. Now all of a sudden you are a power player. Now you can go, oh, I'm selling Doug Haran. Who wants it?
Can you play
And
with
then you
both of the
control you
cards, or
can
you only
control
can?
the H bar. What?
Can you play with both of the cards, or you only can play with one card?
No, you can play with They're different cards.
No,
The
no, no.
Doug Haran
I
cards are
meant the
different cards.
duplicate. I'm sorry. I meant the duplicate.
That is something that is going to be discussed in terms of total gameplay. I personally don't have an issue with it, but there could be other people that are like, nah, it should be probably three different cards.
Okay.
Because again, you're getting a deck of 10. So I know the biggest one is going to be right now. It's going to be a tour stop, which is 9. So you'll have enough to play the tour stop with a pack of 10. Obviously also we're going to be doing a lot of battle bowl stuff. So capped, uncapped, all sorts of fun stuff that we have to be played.
Sounds very interesting, isn't it? Because next thing, so it,
Keep asking the questions.
yeah,
Let's see. I'm here to answer everything.
this is interesting. Like if I'd have known this, we definitely would have had you on earlier. Like this, like I was not expecting this. I'm not gonna lie. This
Oh,
is this this is a
this is
cool
something new.
aspect.
Yeah, no one has ever done anything like this before. So there's going to be a lot of questions that I have one answer now, and that answer may change just because, again, we've never done anything like this before. We don't know how the public's going to respond. We know how the UBA is going to respond, and the responses have been very well because, again, we're in hundreds in terms of people that have no idea what the hell we're doing,
Hmm.
and you're buying in, which is great. And I mean, not just you, but the whole community is just
Right.
like, you know what? We have no idea what this is, but we're going to do it anyway. And the great thing about this is this: the money that's coming in, it's sponsoring more than the UBA. It's sponsoring the bowlers that are being part of it.
Yes, because
That's the
like you said,
real
you're getting a.
important part of this.
Because if you're telling me that my card and my gameplay will get me, what is it called? The
H bar.
currency? H said it.
There's actually different types of currencies. The one that is the one that's most immediate is called H bar, HBAR, and
H bar. Okay.
yeah, H bar. And I believe Paige did it correctly with a dollar sign in front of it.
So with the H bar, you can develop to get actual money now.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Let's talk.
H bar is used for both the NFTs and Karate Combat. So the answer is, and I know Doug Haran was there when we had a chat with Karate Combat because members of Karate Combat was there for Doug's matches, and Doug specifically asked, "Can you convert the coins and the H bar into dollars?" And the answer is yes.
So be real with us. What are we looking like to convert to like pay? I think Paige asked this earlier. Once again, shout out to you, Paige. Excellent questions. Great questions to you.
Oh, I love these questions. This is
Um,
again, I'm here to explain as much as I can in terms of being as transparent as I can with what I can be transparent with. And again, there's a lot of answers of I don't know because we haven't done this before. So, but I have a feeling I know what that question is going to be, and I'm going to open up a different tab and see if I'm correct. Because if I am,
woo.
then
Hold on. Before we ask this question from Paige,
yes.
my question is this something that we have to develop, not develop, excuse me, that we have to put a lot of time in to at least see a return in investment of the $50?
In terms of
The currency, the H bar, like how rapid are, how fast can we get these H bars to convert it into at least getting the money back for the investment of the $50?
Okay, let's reiterate a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the $50 that you're buying is for you to be able to play the game.
Right.
and to be able to have fun and going back. So the H bar itself, because when you're saying the word investment, you're making a purchase.
Well,
So
no,
this is
well,
something that it's fun in terms of that, but I don't
yes.
want people thinking to going into and being like, well, if I do this and that and the other thing, I'll get my $50 back. Is it doable? Of course, it's doable.
That's what I'm asking. Like, how fast, like, is the recovery of that? And I say investments because when you start, like,
No, what you're asking me is great. Don't get me
yeah,
wrong.
because
I'm trying to figure out the
I'm
best way
only
to answer the question.
yeah, I'm only using
All
the
these
word.
questions are great, by the way. None of
Yeah,
these questions are terrible. These are all really good questions.
I'm only using investments because, like, I think is it in here? I have basketball cards and baseball cards.
Yes.
They're not in
Hmm.
there. So that's why I'm asking, and I consider those investments. So that's why I use that phrase and that word of investments. But how fat, like you playing the game, and I'm just using the $50 because that's what we're purchasing.
Hmm.
Like you said, the packs
Well,
with.
theoretically, let's go to theoretics. Your card isn't 50; it's 5
Say that one
because
more
you're getting
time.
10. Your card isn't $50; it's 5 because you're buying a 10 pack with 50
Right,
bucks.
right, right. But I'm
So,
right.
but I
Okay.
understand what you're saying. So right now, okay, so convert, and I'm looking this right up right now. H bar to dollars. So convert Hedera into U.S. dollars with cryptocurrency converters. One full H bar is currently worth 18 cents. Right now,
Okay.
currently. So, of course, now how many H bar do you need for 50 bucks?
So, but no, no. Well, we could do that math, but
We can do that math.
well, no, and I'm saying they can do that math on their own.
Right.
That's
So
basic math. But
50
what I'm
bucks is around 50 bucks is 268 H bar. So
so
if
if
you get
I
to 268 H bar, there's your 50 bucks.
so how many games do you think we will have to play to get that? I guess that's what initially I'm asking. Like, let's just say I figured it, or I got a good
That's a great
strategy.
question, by the way. This is my let's figure this out sort of look.
Yeah, like, cause I'm like, so let's say I'm playing the card game, and like you said, let's say it's that Battle Bowl, and I'm doing well as far as
Hmm.
devoting, and I'm winning. One Battle Bowl event, how many H bars am I making off of that? Roundabout. We don't have to, and I'm asking roundabout. Of course, it's still in development, y'all, so he can't give a direct. But I guess what I'm asking, and I guess, I'm trying to predict what people questions would be. Is it going to
Okay,
be a whole
so
season of this thing before I even get 200 H bars, or is
no.
it? That's what. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Um, this answer is going to amaze you,
Mm.
but theoretically, it could be 1 day, one
That's
hour.
what I'm at. See that's amazing. That's what I'm
And
asking.
here's why. If you go to KabilaMarket.com, again, this game is bought on that. Let's just say you have a legendary. Let's just say you have Doug Haran. And you
Mm.
go, okay, Doug Haran is up for sale. Who wants it? How much are you paying for it? If you get somebody to pay $100, there you go. You're all done. You got the Doug Haran card and you got a profit right
Mm.
off the bat. That is one of the things that makes this so dynamic. You don't know what's going to come out. You don't know what it is. And let's just say now someone figures out, or we say, hey, if you get these three on here, then all of a sudden you get this or that, or this special thing comes out, or this utility comes out, or this bonus comes out. You've
Mm.
got two of them, and all of a sudden you see one of your friends has gotten the Montreal Bentley card, and that's the card I need to finish out my collection because that will allow me to get a certificate from Storm, a free bowling ball that allow me to do contests. Oh, by the way, yeah, we're doing all sorts of stuff like that.
What?
So what?
It seems like every
So
15 minutes you're dropping another bomb. This
well,
that
there's again
that
there's
is
so much
fire.
utility in this that we have. Let's just say we have a contest and it says, okay, if you show us you have these 5 cards in your wallet, you will be put into a contest to win this.
Mmm.
I've got 4. You've got
Fire.
the fifth one. Am I willing to spend $20 to get your card or an extra card that you have an extra on so I can enter the contest? Maybe. If you say, "Hey, I noticed over here, you need this to complete the collection. I've got it. Who wants it? Let's get a bidding war going." Even before the game comes out, there's going to be utility and there's going to be things for it. These are
And
all
you
things
can,
that we are
and if you,
working on and developing.
how many cards is in the collection?
This first card is going to be. Dougie says he's worth 125 minimum. You probably are. Um, there are 10,000 cards in this collection coming out.
So
So
the,
there's 10 cards in a pack. There's 1,000 packs. So we sell out of the 1,000. As I said, we're already in the hundreds. As I also said, this Sunday we're opening up 300 to the general public because again, we want most of these to be in the UBA area in terms of you guys selling. But also, if we're going over here, and if this sells out in an hour, and all of a sudden this is there, and let me get to that momentarily. But if this goes out there, then that may be rethinking strategy, going, okay, maybe we want
right,
to shove
Dougie.
a couple of more over here.
So so
Playing UBA
so is it
Monopoly Go, yeah, you sort of
so
are
is
right
it
now.
actually? And we didn't forget about you, Paige. I'm going back. This is my last one. So how
Yeah, then we'll go back page. That's a great question.
how
Also, I'm going to answer that one.
how how difficult would it be to get all 10,000 cards? Is it even possible?
Well, no, it's going to be impossible to get all 10,000 cards. Now
So what
there
collection do you
were
get the storm?
Okay, so let's put it this way.
Uh,
There were 200 cards, and I say were because the sale was supposed to go on last Sunday. As everybody knows, on Saturday, Twitter went down. So we said, okay, or Twitter/X went down. And we said, okay, we're not even going to bother trying to do a sale right now until they get their act together. So we're going to push it back a week. So while they pushed it back a week, we were very bored. And we said, you know what? Let's add some more cards. Okay. So now we went from 200 bowlers to 205 bowlers. So now we
so the
have
collection is
205 different cards in the pack of 10,000.
so the
Is it possible
collection
to get them all? Yeah. Is it likely? No.
so that's why you get do the giveaway if you're able to get all 200.
Well, it wouldn't be 200. It would be certain cards in a set, and then we would say, okay, here's the 5 cards that you need in a set. If you get these 5, you're eligible to do this, that, and the other thing.
Oh, okay. So there'd be like little side quests, little contests to get.
Correct.
Okay, I got
Yes.
you now. Okay, that's still even. It makes it like a scavenger hunt almost.
Yeah. And it's not like, oh my god, I have to spend all this money and get this, that, or the other thing. That's what the market's out there for. And you can trade with people for free. You don't have to spend money. Let's just say you've got a card, I've got a card. We both want to be friends about it. We don't want to spend the H bar. There you go.
So and
But
Paige, you're
and
Paige,
but
you're
but even to make that trade, you're still going to have to spend an amount of H bar in order to do it, and then that H bar goes to the bowlers. So it's not like we do it for free. If I have a Dougie card and you've got a Page card and we trade, we still have to pay something to make the trade, and therefore Page and Doug will get something off that.
and I agree with you, Paige. I feel like she said. I feel like I'm actively developing NFT question.
You
Uh,
probably are. And again, a lot of these answers that I'm giving you are based on right now at this point. Are all things scheduled to change? Yes, I'm going to say that right now because again, we are in
this
uncharted
is new.
territory.
Yeah, this is this.
This is completely new. So if somebody later on down the line a year ago said, "Well, last year you said this," I said that based on the information that I had. If the information changes, sure, there'll be different changes to
So Paige asks, new fun question because I was playing a game with a kiddo a couple of months ago. What
it.
criteria determines the star rating of that? See, and I was just about to ask this. Great question, Paige. She said, "What criteria determines the star rating of a player card holder? Can a new variation of a player's card be produced for them if their stat significantly increases down the line? Or I'm gonna add to her question, or obtain a belt. Um, I feel like this is something. What the hell is on my computer? I feel like this is something that was supposed. I feel like this was something I learned playing a football related game with someone's kiddos at a tournament squad I wasn't participating in. What?
I understand
Okay,
that.
I got you. Yeah. So she was playing a game kind of similar.
I'm gonna answer that question. I'm not gonna answer the questions in order, but I will answer all of them. I will start with we had that already in mind in terms of creating more cards with people when they have belts or when they increase their stats or when their averages improve, just like anything else. Like, for example, Mike Trout rookie year card is going to be a lot more valuable now because now he's won this, that, or the other thing, or Derek Jeter card or whatever. So, yes, I will. There absolutely could be a, let's just say, Paige Nelson card comes out and she's got a 30 ranking, and all of a sudden she's got a belt. There will be a Paige Nelson belt card coming out with increased stats. So the answer to that question is yes. On that, you can also, if you want to spend H bar, improve your stats. So you can
Oh,
make yourself a perfect 50 if you want to spend the H bar for it.
okay.
And
Which will
again,
raise your value.
well, yeah, exactly, with range of value. We haven't figured out what the exact numbers are going to be yet.
So Dougie asks, so
So now going back to the first question, what criteria determines the store ratings of a player card holder? There was a bunch of people from all the different regions that gave me rankings. I was the person that finalized the rankings, but we had a criteria that was set up for it. In terms of power, how fast you throw the ball. In terms of that, accuracy, average. And again, that's real easy to figure out. I know what your average is. Your accuracy is based on that. Power and accuracy there as well. Clutch. Are you in an anchor spot? Are you on a team that's in the playoffs? Are you in the World Championship Series? Do you have a belt? Those are all things that are there. Trash talking. That goes without saying on that. Social media presence. Do we know who you presence? It's not social media, it's just presence. Do we know who you are? If I say you're going up against Paige Nelson, is that something that you go, oh, I know who that is, or I get who? And again, I had a bunch of people give me the averages and information and the numbers, and then I took the imperial numbers and that went on the sheet based on the criteria that was there. So there is no number that came out that was arbitrary. Every number that came up is something that can be defended on. I will say in certain cases I raised some of the numbers that people wanted. I didn't lower anything.
so was
So,
this?
like, if you were ranked an 8, I didn't put you down to 6. If people said that you should be an 8, then you're an 8
So what if they
on
didn't give
that.
you their stats or anything like that?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give you their stats or anything like that?
What do you mean, what if they didn't give me stats?
Because
I've got stats for.
I remember we had. I think there was a message that was sent out. Like, if you took a picture, we need this, that, and that from you.
Okay, that's different. That
Okay.
is information on the back of your card.
Okay. Like
So in
who
other
is
words, on
like a bio?
who are you? Yeah. So
Okay.
that doesn't go in the front of the card. That goes in the back of the card.
Okay,
Now,
I got
what
you.
is the back of the card? When you have an NFT, which leads to a really good question. When you have an NFT, that's going to go. All the information is going to go in the back of the card.
Okay.
And so therefore, when it's a meta description of the card, that's the information that's there.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool. So if, like, argument's sake, you said, "Well, I'm Montreal. I got a podcast. I win this, that, and the other thing," you will see that on the card when it gets picked up. So I hope, Paige, that answers your question.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great question, Paige, because that was going to be my next question is, does the stats
All these
end up
questions
changing?
that you're asking are great, and
Yeah.
again, some of these answers again are going to that one won't change, but some of the answers in terms of me thinking about this, that, or the other thing may change. In terms of that, just because again we have more information that now than we will then, or in the future than we will now.
Yeah, those were
Do you
great.
have
Those were
to?
great questions,
So
Paige.
yeah, so you have to reload your H bar if you are someone that doesn't have a card with your image. I don't understand that question. If you are someone that doesn't have a card in your image, so again, there's only going to be one or two Dougie cards, so almost nobody is going to have a Dougie card. There'll be one or two lucky people that will find a Dougie card when they mint out the cards. When you mint out the cards, by the way, here's another thing. When you mint out your cards, it's going to cost you H bar. However, you will get a set of H bar to already start. If you win games, you will get H bar. If you win coins, you can convert that into H bar. So again, going back to pay to play and not pay to play, if you do a good job on this, you can mint the H bar off the coins that you get, and so you wouldn't have to pay extra money in terms of this stuff. But how you play is up to you. Doug Harano, are there any perfect 50s on the first set? Absolutely not. Oh,
Mm.
and that's the other thing. You can spend H bar to increase your stats. I was the best one that you can possibly have is 45.
Okay.
And I did that. I did not want to have one person head and shoulders over anybody else because part of the fun in sports, as you know, Martrell, is to discuss and debate. Well, I think I'm a 45. Who's the best 45? Who's the best 44? Should this 44 be better than a 45? There's a couple of 45s. There's not many people. If you have 40 or better, you are in the creme de la creme of the UBA
So
in
also
terms of that 40 or better. And Doug, I think, is 44.
let me ask you this. So now I'm getting on a about the pitch. So pitch a job.
Pitch
Um,
everything.
so y'all are literally pulling up
Oh,
stats for
and
everybody.
good night, Paige.
Y'all pulling up stats for everybody,
Yes.
and y'all have a system. How can I get on board with helping with this?
I'm always going to be looking for people for the next set. If the next set comes around, I'm going to be like, hey, you guys, we sold out. I'm going to be looking for the next set. If you guys are interested in doing this, let me know, and I'll grab a bunch of people.
No, I'm not talking about for the card. I'm talking about actually helping.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
If,
so
if, if we're doing a next set, I'm going to need people to help out with a lot of things.
okay,
Because one of
okay.
the things again, I've got a little bit of everything in terms of where they are. I definitely want more in the Southeast in terms of representation. I'm sort of eyeballing the playoffs. If we can get this done and sold out by the end of June or before playoffs, that I know that we're going to be doing in next set, I would love to be able to go to the playoffs and be like, okay, I need help here. I need photography. I need the audio studio. I need this and that and the other thing.
This that yeah. Let me know. You got me.
All right.
So
So
Dougie
Paige
asks is
is.
the reloading H bar question. You said people can trade, buy, and sell. You said
Oh
if
wait,
your
wait, wait,
card
wait.
is
Let me
involved
go
in
to
it.
let me correct Douglas Haran. We
Okay.
didn't provide stats. They made them up for us like the star ratings. No, you guys were able to put in your own stats off the email. Don't give me that, Dougie. Doug Haran. Most I've seen anyone share is 44. Max is 45. There are some out there that are 45.
Mm, okay.
Who? I'm not telling you. Got to figure it out. Ha ha.
So his other question is the reloading H bar question. You said people can trade, buy, and sell. You said if your card is involved in a trade, the person on the card gets H bar. If you don't have a card, you never get the free H bar from the transactions question. If you don't have your own card, I mean, he said.
That is correct. That is correct on that because you're not vested if you don't have a card in the set. There's no way that you'd be getting bonus H bar because you don't have a card. But that's one of the reasons why, as I said, I want everybody in the UBA to get their own card eventually. So that's very important. Is the fact that that's very important in the fact that again, if you support the community is going to support you. And as I said, because people have asked me, before people have asked me, well, how do I get on how do I get on a card? Easy, show up. you know doing something like this so experimental, the fact that I got 200 people say, hey, listen, I'm working on this, and I got 200 people say yes. And it wasn't just and it was really important for me to make sure that it wasn't just, oh, these are all the people online, and that we had rookies show in, we had people in the south that don't have names, we had people that are on the lower level of WCS, as well as legends, Hall of Famers. I wanted a broad swath of everybody in the UBA to know that, again, I want cards from everybody in every walk in any group. That is really important to me. Make sure that
Everybody has
that
representation.
every not just that everybody is representation, but also somebody looking at this and going, well, I want to be in the next 200, but I don't think I'm good enough. No, you are good enough. Anybody from the UBA can get a card. Anybody. So therefore, if you don't think you have a name, I don't care. If you show up, if you do this or that or the other thing, you'll get a card. You don't have to be the loudest person in the room. I want to create a currency, a environment where people can play and make money and do stuff, and being able to grab the own UBA community.
And
And
not
again,
only
part of
this, is
this
to put more eyes from outside of the bowling world onto the UBA.
exactly.
Especially if
So
you're
it
telling me
works
that you started the karate combat and you got 3,000 non bowlers to sign up. I mean to vote. I mean that's That's incredible.
So now I'm going to throw something else at you. Now, once we get our own skin on that, and once we get our own skin on that and put that out there, we're attracting people from Karate Combat over to the UBA to vote on that. Then when they see that, obviously there's going to be more information saying, "Hey, look, we have this NFT thing going on here as well. So you can also get a pack and go over here."
Yeah, that. Oh, so you
So that's
can
what we
use the
want to try
pack
to do.
in multiple systems.
The whole idea is that the game with the pack is going to be based on the Karate Combat system and Karate Combat based in software. So if you're on Karate Combat, you can take the cards and use them and play them on a Karate Combat match or week or however it's set up.
Hmm.
So we're trying to get the culture to not just build within its own community, but attract other people to be like, hey,
Right,
here's the UBA.
and like you said, that'd be a great way of people learning the UBA. It's a great way. There's a lot of kids that be at tour stops that could possibly be interested into this because they know the bowlers. Like I look
Well,
at
hmm
I was say I look at a lot of the teenagers that's coming up in the youth league. I look at like Nick Smith's son, Daphne Smith's
sure.
son Jack. He's coming up. I just know they can't wait till that boy turn 18 to put him in the tour stop because he has become a phenomenal bowler.
Well, one of the other interesting things is when you are chatting with people around the world from a continent standpoint, because we've done press releases in the global community. We have reached out to various continents, not just countries, continents. So we have people from Europe saying, "What is this bowling thing? I would love to do bowling." We actually had a request from Romania for us to get a UBA event out there
Oh
for an
wow!
exhibition. And so there's this whole big world that
Can
nobody
I
is
volunteer?
tackling.
I got my passport. I got a passport.
So I think this Sunday is going to be real interesting on the outside world coming in, saying, "Okay, so now it's to the general public. We're releasing 300. Let's see. Let's test the litmus here and saying, okay, how if we're getting the 300, how many people are going to buy them? And then if it sells out, how quickly does it sell out?"
Right.
And so the best thing to do, and again, to grow this, is to get it out there. Again, I would love to see people not from the UBA to be like, again, some of your friends coming in buying stuff because again, that's supporting you.
Yeah. That and
I'm
and
just I'm noticed it's 1:15 in the morning and there's people that are still watching this. You're all crazy.
yeah, I think what's the latest we stayed at? Maybe like two something.
Oh, okay.
It's probably one of the latest we've ever done. But like I said, I advertised this as a late. I'm not, like we talked before. This is a night owl, and I did not even know
Team no sleep in the house.
when I was like I said when they told me to ask about karate combat. I literally did not expect this. I yeah, this is the excuse me, the possibilities of growth. Not even just talking about money. If you're understanding what is happening and the growth of the sport that this can go to when you put
Absolutely.
something out there like this and you get 3,000 non UBA members to vote. Because, mind you, a lot of us did not know anything about this until today. So, if you just fathom in your mind that they put out a filler and 3,000 people voted for the UBA
Yep. Over
under something,
3,000, but yes.
over 3,000. I don't think you're grasping the possibility to when that button gets clicked and this goes public and people actually know what this is. The eyes that it can bring, like he said earlier, the sponsorship it can bring. That's yo, this I'm not gonna lie, this is
There's a lot of stuff. I need to use the restroom if you'll give me one quick moment.
no
I don't
problem.
I don't know how to do the thing here. I'll just put this over the there.
Yeah, we don't need to see no more naked people running through Gordon's
There we
house.
go. I'll be right back.
But yeah, if you're able to grasp and understand the possibilities, the growth that this can happen with this. It's amazing, and I think it is something that can grow the sport. The sport. This is huge. So I'm for it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting to be part of a game card or card game, and I know how big these card games can get. Um, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, other they and then to be a part of it is what just to, like he said, this has never been done before in any sport. So there's no trading card basketball game, you know. But when you put bowling in this and create a game, a card game around it with actual people you can literally go to a bowling alley and see, meet, you know, that is a pretty cool idea that I'm actually going to be in a game. Um, yeah, I don't think people really can wrap their hands around it. Um, this
All right, I'm back.
this is amazing. Like I have to take my hat off and applaud the UBA for this project. Like this is amazing. Amazing idea. I definitely see it as it can definitely grow the sport, grow the UBA. People are going to ask questions about bowling now once this goes public, and it can only go up. And then to give back to us when
Let
we
me throw
can.
something else at you. Let me throw
Mhm.
something else at you that may blow your mind again. If you think about this, the PBA no longer is going to be on Fox. It's now going to be on the CW for contract reasons. So,
That's gonna
is
be
it possible that if we go out to Romania and go out to some other places, because I know darn well if the budget says sure, and if people are actually serious about it, why the
I'll buy
heck
my
not?
own plane ticket. I ain't even got to
Espe-
fly me out there. I'll buy my own plane ticket.
okay, if you want to buy your own plane ticket, that's fine. I'm going to try to get everybody their own plane ticket without the UB paying for it. But let's just say that that
Oh
actually does
shit! Don't
happen.
threaten me with a good time.
Well, let's just say the pack sells out and it's there, and they want to do an exhibition for it. The UBA may have a greater global imprint than the PBA,
Hmm.
especially if you do a European tour or something like that.
And let me
Think
say
about that
this.
for a second.
Let me say this.
I actually got some water, so I'm not coughing all over the place.
I've put that out here. I've said that on this show. The UBA has the power to be bigger than the PBA.
You
To
better
me,
believe it.
to
Absolutely right.
me, the personality in the UBA is bigger than the personalities in the PBA. Maybe because of certain rules or whatnot. But we have a chance to be what ECW was to the wrestling world. Because don't get it twisted. Everybody loved the WWF, WEWE, excuse me. Everybody
WWE, WCW,
everybody loved WCW.
ECW.
But everybody was watching to see what was next or what the ECW was going to do next because of the extreme nature of it. So, yes, there were fans of WWF for the storyline, but they were going to ECW for the action. That is the
Yep.
reason why WWF partnered and ended up buying the entity. They brought out their competition. And that's when we had the Attitude Era. That's when the introduction of the hardcore belts. Now later on, now a line it kind of died down with the extremeness, for safety. But I'm just painting a picture. That's exactly what can happen with the UBA, with this global impact, with this
I, I,
worldwide.
bel I believe that the word you're looking for is evolution.
Right, right.
How
Perfect,
wrestling
perfect word.
evolved from even from WCW and the fact that WWE bought that and ECW and all those other aspects of that. And I agree with you completely. This is the evolution of bowling where the UBA transformed it from okay, it's a kiddie thing to and it's a quiet yay
Hmm.
to five pin and there and get the powder and all that other stuff. We actually have somebody on a UBA team. I'm not going to mention the name. Missed a five pin earlier on, and 5 bottles of baby powder immediately showed up.
And that's
Like
what we need to get back to in the South.
there's one of the things I'm going to say. First of all, I love the Deep South. As you know, I was there. Obviously, I
Yeah.
was there. We took a picture of you. I love the Deep South because that is everything that UBA represents. You've got tailgate. You've got person with beatbox. You have inebriated people bowling inebriated, but they are bowling well and they are winning their matches. By the way, shout out to I believe it's Justin Sumter for winning a WCS belt, if I remember
Cruiserweight.
correctly.
Yep. We
Yes, sir.
outside. Yep. Justin Sump won the UBA. So we have
Yeah,
two
I was.
belts
Yep.
now in the Deep South. We have the Vixen Tag Team. Shout out to Tamika and oh Lord, Jasmine, Tamika
Hmm.
Jackson and Jasmine for winning. They beat the ladies from the Outsiders for the Vixen Tag, and so shout out to those three.
Does Joan Collier and Michael Johnson still have the cap tag
Oh, I
belts?
forgot. I apologize, Joan and Mike. I
Oh,
apologize.
so that's
Y'all
four
have the
now that
cap
you
tag.
guys
You
have in
have
the Deep
four.
South.
Joan, Mike, my sincerest apologies
Shout
for
out to
forgetting
Joan
you
Collier,
guys.
by the way. I
Shout
love
out to
Joan.
you
She's
too.
awesome.
Shout out to both of y'all. I apologize, apologize, but yes, shout out to both of those guys. Sorry. Shout out to Joan. Shout out to Mike for the cap tag team belts. Um,
By the way, yes, I was paying attention in the Deep South. Oh,
now,
wait. Is it? Oh, hold on. I hear a door coming. Now I'm going to close the camera. It's safe.
now,
I don't know
now,
who's back there. It's safe to come out now.
now, Gordon. Now, can you speak to your time? And I guess we'll wrap it up with this. Can you speak with your time that you shared down here in the Deep South and your experience at our tour stop? Yeah.
Well, first of all, as I'm making sure that everybody's fully clothed behind me, first of all, it was awesome. Just going down there was awesome and amazing within itself because um, you had just the environment when you get to the parking lot and there's a tailgate, and forget the fact that Six Flags is a half mile away from there, but it's a giant metropolitan area with everything. You had the tailgate, you had the music going on, you had all sorts of stuff going out there, and that that is duplicated in a number of different environments and areas that you have. Like Empire does breakfast and tailgating when we're out there, and they also do spreads and food and stuff like that.
Oh wow.
And that is what but that's what the UBA is all about. It's all about family. It's all about love. It's all about, yeah, you know what? It's going to be trash talking at bowling, but at the end of the day, everybody hugs, everybody dances.
Yep.
You had the cha cha slide that was going on the higher end of the lanes. You had Charlie Brown going on. You had all this stuff going on. But it wasn't a bowling event. It wasn't a tour stop. It was a party,
Yes.
and that is what
Yes.
the UBA is
And
about.
don't
It's
forget, we
about having a
tailgate
party and having
before and
fun.
after.
And after, yes, I can't forget that. You had a tailgate afterwards. And by in the middle of that sandwich, and there was a couple of 300s and an 800
Yes.
series.
Shout out to Chris
And
White. Chris White shot at 300. We outside.
that's right. And you had a WCS match with
Mm-hmm.
Collier and Company holding on. That's what the UB is all about. So When people say the deep South is different, it is, but it's a welcome different because it shows a different side of UBA culture.
Right.
Every different region has its own different thing that goes on.
Hmm.
Deep South is awesome. I can't wait to come back there and do all the fun stuff that the UBA is there from what the Deep South provides.
Yes.
If
I
there's any way to finish this, that's the best way that I can finish it. Major shout out to Deep South.
I'm gonna give a major shout out to you, Gordon, because like I said before you came on, you and Eric Decker was my motivation to do this.
Kevin.
Um, it
Kevin Decker.
was Kevin Decker. When I first met you at what event was that in Triad?
Was that the one in December?
Yes,
Okay, yeah, because I know I drove down there to Greensboro in December.
yes, it was
Um,
Greensboro. I don't think I try not to fan out on people, but I don't think you knew how excited I was to finally meet you. And that was because like when I looked up the UBA, what the UBA was, I saw a lot of your and that's what I wanted to ask you real quick. I saw a lot of your call out matches.
mhm.
How did you get people? Because nowadays it's weird when you try to get people to bowl each other. How are you able to do that to get people to agree to bowl each other?
Oh, the you've been called out matches. Yeah, we've done a bunch of those. I actually want to bring the only reason why I have not brought that back in was all the other stuff that I'm working on. It's like, all right, I can't put everything on the plate. Something's got to get off. And you've been called out. Sorry, it's off for now, but it will be coming back. There's too many people that want to do the call out matches for me not to for that to stay off forever. But as you know, I've been focusing on this. To answer your question, the best way to do it, to be quite honest, is to de-escalate. In other words, remind people this is the UBA. We're here to have fun. It's a couple $100. You don't have to make it a couple $100. You can make it any at the bar, or a drink, or a T-shirt, or a dollar bill autographed and signed. But you bring the fun aspect to it, and you get people that are going to have fun with it regardless, and realize, well, it's not my birthright. I'm not losing my soul. I'm not giving up my firstborn son if I lose the match. That's
Right.
the important thing. Is just that's not where you want to settle a beef. Unless it's a fun beef, it is where you want to. Hey, I'm calling you out because I think you're good, or hey, it's you ducked me on something on a match, or you're supposed to do this or that. Some fun stuff like that. That's how you do a call out, especially in
Okay,
the UBA,
that makes
because
sense.
in all areas, and it's not just the South; it's up the North here also. There is a fine line of talking trash. Some people are really good at it. Some people are not and take it personally and take it the wrong way. So for me, I want to try to get two people together that are fun personalities that maybe have a little mini beef to settle with that, but I also know that there's a line, neither of them are going to cross it. Like my favorite one was Doug Haran and was Haran and Zizek, and the You've Been Called Out one because they're both major personalities, um, but they also have these great personalities where they don't take everything too seriously.
Right.
If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. Nobody's getting shot outside the parking lot later, and no, nobody's like, all right, you lost. Use the guillotine outside. Come over here. We're gonna chop your head off. There's none of that. There's no massive violence in the parking lot afterwards. It's just, hey, it's fun. It's a couple $100, and we're gonna go have a beer later. And that's what happened. Haran won, and they had a beer later.
So
So,
yeah, that is a great series, but I want to give you your flowers because, like I said, it was a pleasure. It was wonderful meeting you. I'm so appreciative that you reached out to do this because I've been wanting to pick your brain, and I got a
oh,
feeling
oh,
you're gonna be one of my 2 hour phone conversation buddies because I have and I definitely need you back on the show, especially when we do a sports related one because it look
Oh, feel free to ask me. I mean, that's the sports realm is my home. Feel free to ask me on anything.
oh
But
yes.
I also predict by the middle of June you're gonna have me come back here and you're gonna say, Gordon, what the frick? I'm gonna give you a little hint. Gordon, what is Hot Pursuit? And what the frick did you do getting bleep to play on Hot Pursuit? That is my hint.
Mm.
For those who know, you know. For those who don't, you will.
I can't wait.
You'll
I
see me in a
appreciate.
couple of weeks on that. Look up Google up Hot Pursuit. That is a format that I created for the UBA. Look it up. There's a couple episodes that are there. You're going to see it at Battle Bowl. That's all the hints I'm giving you.
Man, Gordon, I'm not gonna
So
lie.
what other crazy crap is Gordon working on that you're not aware of? That's the
Yeah,
question.
I I'm not gonna lie. It's it's almost like I'm talking to, how can I explain this? Or how was it's almost like I'm talking to the Adam Silver of the UBA. Because it's like,
Oh, don't put me that high up on a
because
pedestal.
but you got to, because even though we may agree or disagree, he came out with the play in.
Hmm.
Even though a lot of, it's, half the people like it, half the people don't, but the players, it's entertaining basketball because the players really care about it. So you're creating things. That's why I'm saying the Adam, you're because, I matter of fact, I would even go as strong to say David Stern more than Adam Silver, because he was a revolutionary. And the way the like you I did not expect all of this when I was in it. I expect to ask you a bunch of questions about how you got started, and tell us more about yourself to get to know Gordon. But as I'm getting to know Mr. Gordon and learning all of the things that you've been a part of, that you've created, and we're not even touching the tip of the iceberg of everything. Like,
No, you're not.
this definitely has to be a part two. And this is I am so, see, yesterday we would not have been able to fit all of this in with everything I had going on. It was a reason why it was today and the
Hmm.
time. And I can't be more, this is one of my favorite episodes, hands down. I'm sorry, Amanda. I'm sorry, Nick. But this is one of my favorite episodes that I've done. I've been saying for the longest, I need to go back to a lot of these shows and start clipping and creating reels. This is going to be the first. I'm going to make it my business to make sure, because there was so much information and so many jewels dropped in this episode. I have to clip this episode to share what the UBA is doing.
If you're gonna do some edits on this, you know what parts I want you to edit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. We don't worry.
So promise me you'll edit
Yeah,
that out, please.
yeah. We won't include. Or I may have a motor combat whoopsie come in the background.
If you put a oops over there across, I'm okay with that.
But yeah, that this episode and the information that you've shared and the things that you have created, far as even the game shows and the knowledge, man, this is one of my favorite episodes, hands
You know,
down.
I appreciate that. One of the things that I say all the time is that we're not here without the bullets. Just like when you're creating a game, we're not here without the contestants. It's one of the reasons why I'll do this till 1:30, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, because it's people like you. It's people that really want to get the ball rolling. People that want to make this more than just a regular bowling association, that want to take the extra mile out. It's people like you that help grow, and that cannot be overstated. Is that I will do this with you all the time. First of all, I really enjoy chatting with you, and I enjoy you. Period. But
Appreciate
more
that, niece.
importantly, no, this has been fun. I mean, you're having a lot
Yes.
of fun. I am too. And the whole idea is that you get these things going on, and the whole key is, again, tackling questions. If I say I don't know something, I'm not going to tell you. That's fine. I'll say it. But with people that are chatting in there, the more that we have this, discourse from people, and they asked a lot of questions, and I hope I answer them to the best of their satisfaction. But that's how you get the ball rolling, when you know that you have people that are there that you can say, okay, cool, it's Gordon. I can ask him questions. I know he's going to answer. I may, as you said, you may not like the answers that I give you, but he's going to answer, and you'll be as honest as you can. And that's one of those things, like people like you, people throughout in all various regions. That's what helps generate more interest in the UBA, makes the UBA grow.
Yes. And I'm
You know,
and I'm
and
all about
I'm sorry.
and I'm all about making it grow, because I do, and I do criticize the UBA a lot but I love the product. And I criticize because I, I don't even want to call it criticize. It's just I care.
I would say you're not criticizing. You're providing feedback, saying,
Feedback,
"Hey, wouldn't it be
constructive
great if
criticism.
this?" Yeah, because you had Doug and Paige, and I didn't think anything that they said was criticism.
No, no,
It
no, no.
was more critique, and it was like, okay, questions. How do I make this clear? Do I do
Right.
this? How do I do that? I mean, that's all. And again, I like them both as friends, so I think that helps. But even if I didn't, every single question they brought were really good questions.
Very good
And as
questions,
long
Paige and Dougie.
yeah, and as long as you don't take it personally, and that's the other key also, you whatever you're bringing up is a critique. Whether or not I agree with you or not, it's the message that you're sending which is the important thing. So I'm not going to poo-poo it. I'm going to be like, well, this is why we do this or that or the other thing, and then float out different ideas. But I wouldn't say you criticize. I'd say that you provide feedback and you bring attention to things that need
Excuse
to
me.
be brought up, and there is a big difference between that. I don't think you criticize. I think you bring things up that need to be brought up.
And I agree because it's never in malice. It's
Right.
always for improvement. And like I told you, and if Tynell watches this, tell him anything you need. Like I'm retired. Um, so like,
We're all retired until we're not.
yeah, like I'm literally like I occupy my day trying to occupy my time before it's bowling.
Oh, okay.
And now that it's summertime, I'm only bowling once a week. It's a lot of open time. So, like I said, any help y'all need with like if you got a list of people you need me to look up their averages, or if you have a way that you come up with their scores and you need extra hands to help, I'm here. Hey, if y'all do the European tour, hey, I got my passport. I'm already planning on traveling this summer. I
As I
plan
always
on going to China. I plan on going to
nice.
Africa, Belize, and Thailand.
Hmm.
So I'm a traveler.
Oh, as I've said, as I've said to other people, be careful what you wish for. In terms of you want to help. I'll get you some work.
But
I'll put it this way: if this Sunday goes the way that I hope that it goes, and we get a nice amount of interest outside the UBA, and then we have a combination of that and friends of the UBA and the UBA people selling out the first pack, there'll be a lot that we're going to need for pack two, because then obviously, if that sells out, then we'll definitely have that. And the reason why I say it sells out, because the cards are encrypted and they're random, which means I don't know what's in my pack. You don't know what's in your pack. What you're going to know is that you're going to get a JPEG from me, but you don't know what's in your pack, which means the only way that I know that all the legendary and all the other cards are out there is if the packs are sold. So if everything's sold out, I know all the cards are out there. I know people are in play.
yeah,
That's
and
the only way I'm going to know whether or not cards are in play, or unless you open up your cards.
and let me say this, people. Like the reason why this is so fascinating to me is if you're a gamer, these card systems already built into MLB The Show, NBA 2K, and stuff like that. Like they have like the cards that you or packs that you randomly get for completing certain things in the game. I'm not saying it's exactly like that, but if you're familiar with that and you're hearing that it's you're talking a different realm now that I'm in the game and now that
Right,
I can
exactly.
get value out of it, and it's like you said, it's a way that UBA is giving back to the bowlers, and I see that. I get it because I'm not Michael Jordan. I'm not Fred McGriff. I'm not Derek Jeter. I probably would never see my face on a Taps baseball card, but to see a random person is able to get a Martrell card and use it in a game, that's the thought process of that is pretty cool if you're a gamer.
I think your mind can be blown is if you play a Joan Collier Michael Johnson card, and all of a sudden you see a Martrell card being played against you.
Oh, that'd be yeah, that'd be hilarious. You are
You
right.
know, I mean, it's you have so many, as I said, you have so many different combinations. I'm not going to say what it is. Obviously, if there's any contest that's coming up or any game that includes that, I'm obviously going to disqualify myself for the obvious reasons. It's sort of like this game show stuff. People have asked me before, "Can't you get on a game show?" I'm like, "Not if I know the casting coordinators. No, I can't." I remember, and this is a fun way to end it. There's a game show out here called The Chase, which is it's been on ABC, it's been on Game Show Network.
I seen that.
So I was invited to participate in the questions exam. So I go in. I am so at the end of it, they have people that stay and people that leave. So my card passed, so I was allowed to stay. Everybody else left. So they have around 10 to 15 people there, and then they introduce the producer. And there is a friend of mine by the name of Bob Bowden that I've worked with since I was in high school. And I went, anyone but Bob, anyone but Bob, anyone but Bob. Because I know if Bob Bowden shows up, I know the producer, I'm dead. Sure
Mm.
enough, Bob Bowden walks in the door. He sits down. He goes, "Yes, hi, I'm Bob Bowden. I'm producer for the show." He says, he looks at me, he goes, "Oh, hi, Gordon." And I go, "I should leave now, probably, shouldn't I?" And he goes, "Yes, the door's over there. Thank you." I go, "Okay,
Oh.
fine, bye." I leave. That's it.
Now, is the Chase that game show where people come there with a topic and then they go against people?
What happens is that three or four people, depending on the version of the show, go up against a chaser. Now, in the UK Australian version, yeah, I'm dropping down knowledge now. The main baddie is Mark Labette, aka the Beast, who was in the first season of the ABC show. By the way, if you don't like game shows, you should probably fast forward the next 1 to 2 minutes of this broadcast. Uh, in the American version of it, they started with Mark Labette, and then they used Jeopardy champions like a Ken Jennings,
Mhm.
um, Brad Rutter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera,
Right.
Victoria Gross, to play against contestants. So the contestants build up a bank, and then at the end of the show, they have to go 1-on-1 against the Jeopardy champions, or the four of them go up against them, and then whoever scores the most amount of correct
Okay,
answers
okay.
in a 2 minute span gets to win the money that they've banked. That's the short version of it. So it came out, and my friends wanted me to go compete on it because they know that I would do very well because, as we know, I'm a geek. And so I'm like, okay, as long as Bob Bowden does not show up, we're good. And then, of course, he shows up. It's like,
Wow.
well, I guess I'm no longer good. I know the producer, therefore. So same. So why am I telling that story? Same thing comes here. I created the game, therefore I am ineligible for playing or winning any of the good stuff. That falls on you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just talked to the modern day Mattel. Uh, what's the other one? Parker Brothers. We just
Parker
talked to the
Brothers.
modern day Parker Brothers, ladies and gentlemen.
I hope to have that paycheck. Not at that paycheck level, but at that. Hope to have that. But I mean, this is how I'd like to end it. The stuff that we do, the UBA does countless amount of hours helping out the bowlers. And one of the things that I like to do too is really go and be like, how do we expand the UBA? How do you, as a UBA bowler, get more out of what you're putting in? What are other ways, as I said before, what are other ways of you making money? What are other ways of you making income? What are other ways of you doing certain things that you wouldn't be able to do in any other organization? So right now, we are doing something that no one has done ever in
No
any
one.
sports
Yeah.
thing, which is gamify that. And the other things that I am learning about on the NFT line
Again
is that
and
there
again.
is so this is the tip of the iceberg. There's so many different things that you can do. And what I'm really hoping for is that if this sells out, there's so many different offshoots and
When it sells
spin-offs and
out.
things that we can do. Okay, when it sells out. There's so many different offshoots and spin-offs and things that as a UBA bowler you can do. And I would love to set everybody down and go, here's how you build your brand. Here's how you take what you have and get it out there and expand it, not just in a community where you have a whole bunch of other bowling organizations and other bowlers, no offense to any other organization, but not only do you do that there, but you increase your global worth to a global international community of people in different continents that don't know anything about bowling, but again, people from Romania have seen the videos. They want us to show up. We've had people, if you go to South Africa and you said you're going to, I will give you a couple of people, wear that UBA jersey. And I will give you a couple of locations to go to where people are going to be like, oh my God, you're from the UBA.
Mm.
You don't
I'm
have that recognition on the PBA level, but you will on the UBA level, and that's what
That's
I want to get.
crazy. And I'm definitely going to South Africa. That is not even a debate. And I mean that's not I didn't mean a debate. That's not even that is almost like I'm going to probably be there for like 3 to 4 months. So I'm already speaking with a realtor out there. Like that's how serious it
Wow.
is. Yeah, so I'm definitely going out there. Like I said, I'm definitely traveling. I know they got a bowling alley out there. I don't know if they got bowling leagues out there. I was trying to find, um, but I will be taking my bag with me.
When you go, let me know because then I will tell you here's who you need to look up. And then if you can shoot video of you and people from Import bowling against each other and you kicking their ass, that would be so much fun.
Hey, say less. I'll make sure it happens just for you.
All right,
But I
bet.
appreciate you once again, man. This is like I said, hands down one of my favorite episodes. This is going to be the first episode I actually sit down and clip up because, like I said, so much information.
Appreciate it.
It's man. Shout out to you. Shout out to the UBA. What y'all doing? Great idea. I see it. Um, if you haven't had your picture, now let me ask you this last question, and we're going to end it here. If
Right.
they haven't had their picture and they heard this show and they want to get involved now, what do they have to do?
Sell off the pack for starters. UBAHedera.com. UBAHEDERA.com.
Text that to me so I can
Support
put
the.
that into the
Yeah.
text.
Absolutely. I will text you right now. Hi phone. Hi phone. Not upside down.
And you said they need to email this person. This email this email.
Well, no, it's. All right. Let me. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. I know this. You can edit this out. Okay. Anyway, I'll do this after the after. Actually, no. Let me do it right now. Sorry.
Oh no, you good. And what?
I forgot I called you. I never sent you a message.
Text.
Yeah. All right. I sent it to you. I'm going to click on the link just to make sure that it's going to the right place. Because I don't want to accidentally send you to the wrong place. That would be. Or actually click on it, make sure that.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
there.
there it is. Yep, it's there. It's good. So that's where you go. It's there, and then if it sells out, then we know that we're going to have a second batch coming, and then pay attention to where and when we're going to be doing the shoots. Because I had a couple of people say, "Well, I would have done it." I'm like, "Well, yeah, you didn't show up from when I told you guys I was going to be there." What I
Yep.
said. So just pay attention on both there it is, perfect. Pay attention on the social media and that. And again, we can't do this without you guys. It's the bullets that make everything work. So my appreciation goes to everybody on that, and thanks for again helping to have it write another chapter of this book that we're doing,
Yes.
and hopefully we got a lot of chapters left.
Yes, and we're not done with this. This is just part one of Gordon Pepper's interview.
I will be I've sensed myself being back a bunch of times, and as I said, there's other things coming down the pike that you're like, Gordon, you didn't tell me about this, and I'm gonna be like, shh.
You know, funny story, real quick, and I know we keep saying we're about to end it. You
Yeah,
are
we're
the
about to
se-
end it. We're about to end it 22 minutes ago.
you are the you are the second Gordon Pepper I know.
Really?
Rest his soul. I'm a sports official, so I
Mm-hmm.
referee a lot of sports. I referee pretty much every sport except soccer.
Right.
Um, so there was an assigner when I moved down here, and I was like, "Yo, I just moved to Georgia. I'm trying to, expand on refereeing. Who do I need to talk to?" And he gave me this guy. The guy's name is Gordon Pepper, and I called him. And when I say you two are night and day, he was one of the meanest men. He used to call. I called him one day, the first time I called him, and I was like, "Hello, man. I speak to Mr. Gordon Peppers." There ain't no S on the end of my goddamn name. I said, whoa. So I don't know if you noticed every time I called your name, I made sure I say Pepper instead of Peppers. 'Cause the man scarred me for life. So when I and it didn't really hit me until we were doing the interview. So
I was
so
gonna say,
once again,
hopefully I have cleared all the Gordon Peppers out there in the world and saying we're not that mean.
yeah, you definitely not as mean as he was. That was a mean guy. But thank you all my viewers for tuning in. Thank you for everyone who provided content, even if it was ignorant. Hey, you gave us something to talk about throughout the day, throughout the show, throughout the day. One thing I always say in bowling is make sure we be better than what we was yesterday. All
That's a
right,
very true point.
y'all have a great night.
UBA all day.
UBA all day, baby.